Chapter 1136, Sweeping through the opposing horde, the entire vicinity fell into a lull. The spectators found it difficult to regain their composure. Many of them were still slack-jawed to the point of their chins almost hitting the ground. A bystander eventually murmured, "So domineering." In fact, there was no other word to describe this besides domineering. Perhaps one could use invincible or tyrannical as substitutes, but domineering was still the most appropriate. To directly banish the pathway of the soaring immortal sect. Outside of immortal emperors, it was likely that no one else had ever accomplished a task of the same magnitude. Even a god king that traveled from far away had to exclaim, "Fiercest alone is enough for this generation. The rest are unnecessary and can't reach the apex." At this second, everyone understood that no one else would try to compete for the heavens will against fiercest. Whether it was sweeping through the contemporary or soaring up above the 9 heavens or even controlling myriad Dao, Li Qie had established an unsurpassable record. Since the start of time, it was likely that no one in the younger generation had done so much before. Is he really immortal Emperor Min Ren's descendant? After hearing the God King from the soaring sect, some people became suspicious and felt that this was highly likely. In fact, even the upper echelons of cleansing incense glanced at each other. They all knew that immortal Emperor Min Ren's descendant was Su Yonghuang. She had performed the ancestral recognition rite. But today, even they felt skeptical about Li Qie and his relationship to their patriarch. This was not to say that Su Yonghuang wasn't qualified to be the emperor's descendant. On the contrary, she was quite suitable in both her cultivation of the solar physique as well as her own talents, not to mention her ability to lead the sect. It could be said that among the previous sect masters of the sect, she could be listed among the top 5. Thus, no one had ever doubted her roots. However, Li Qie was too heaven-defying. His performance made people question his relationship to the emperor. In the past, there was the matter of seeing the emperor in his dreams, and now he could wear the benevolent armament. If Li Qie declared himself to be the imperial prince at this moment, the son of immortal Emperor Min Ren sealed through time, no one would doubt him at all. Boom! A loud blast echoed across the entire mortal emperor world at this time, lighting up the world. Everyone saw an extremely shocking scene. Lianxiang was controlling her galaxy to assault the imperial formation in the deepest location of the azure mysterious ancient kingdom. She tore apart the earth and a divine light escaped from inside. The capable spectators saw her dragging out the kingdom's underground treasury. This was an extremely stirring spectacle. In a short amount of time, the kingdom's cry could be heard by all. It was swallowed by despair, sad lamentations were heard everywhere. She had killed their divine beast guardian and also several of their ancestors along the way. After taking the treasury, she didn't uproot the entire kingdom. With another stomp to crush the spatial void, she returned to Li Qie's side. Many people murmured to themselves, "It is over for the azure mysterious ancient kingdom. It is no more." Despite not killing to the very last child, Lianxiang had severed its ancestral ground. This meant that even if the kingdom wished to rebuild their land, it would be more difficult than reaching for the heavens. Moreover, with their treasury robbed, it meant that they had lost their treasures and manuals. Even if the kingdom wasn't divided by others in the future, it was likely that they would still lose all of their imperial laws. Sect masters were looking at Lianxiang in fear after realizing what she had done to the ancient kingdom. This scene confirmed one particular notion, that there was no strongest weapon, only the most suitable one. Of course, the strength of the user was part of the equation. 9 heavens rampaging thrust. People recalled the legend of the past while witnessing the halberd oppressing the world. It was vividly being displayed before everyone. Bang! The halberd attacked without any complex transformations. The 9 worlds became dark under this halberd. Even if one wanted to escape, there was no place to hide regardless of how vast the 9 worlds were. Not even the most mysterious location in this realm could hide from this attack. One could only meet it directly and either manage to stop it or die. There were no other options. Shao Qingtian faced this dilemma at this time. Of course, even if he had the choice, he wouldn't have chosen escape. He was not a coward, and dying in battle was fine for someone as proud as he. He shouted, "Open!" With a loud blast, his longevity blood dyed the saber red. At the very last moment, he used his body as an offering for the blade and mustered all of his power with every fiber of his being to release one last sloshy buzz. His body began to burn. In the blink of an eye, the prime general, Shao Qingtian, disappeared. Only his saber was left in this world. Clank, the hymn of the saber echoed across myriad realms. Countless other sabers suddenly emerged. The mortal emperor world was shrouded in blades and blades only. Clank. The innumerable sabers all flew out at the same time and began to melt together into this final slash. The firmament and the stars were split in half as if they were tofu. Meanwhile, the earth was severed into two halves with ease. Boom! This realm quaked. A devastating impact tore apart the starry sky. Countless stars were instantaneously destroyed and turned into ashes. Everything became smoke before this exchange. Time, space, power, all returned to the origin and primordial chaos. There was nothing else in this area but a chaotic mess. Thump. Eventually, people could finally see the result. South Emperor was shaken and had to take a step back while the blade from the Prime General was split into two halves, hovering in the sky. As for the general, Shao Qingtian, he was no more. Chapter 1137. At this time, the world was frozen like a painting with everyone holding their breaths. In their eyes, even the defeated Shao Qingtian was worthy of respect. He displayed a power befitting his prestige. Even though he eventually died along with his Tao, this was still a kind of honor. It was not due to his own weakness, it was because his opponent was too strong. Few could stop this devilish South Emperor. He was the one most likely to become immortal emperor, only one short step away. The two halves of the saber were still floating in the sky. They seemed incredibly tranquil, but even those at a higher realm like God Kings still paled before them. Some people once felt that they were strong enough to look at the world with disdain. But today, they suddenly realized their own limits. Some considered themselves to be insignificant as well. An ordinary God King was strong enough, but they were countless times weaker than Shao Qingtian and South Emperor. But Shao Qingtian and even South Emperor couldn't oppose a real immortal emperor. The world is vast, there will always be a better person and a higher mountain. An old god monarch commented with a dejected expression. Some of the stronger characters here became a bit sentimental. In this battle, even if Shao Qingtian could stop South Emperor's attack, he would still have died because he had already offered his body to the saber. There was no way back for him. Even an invincible existence like the Prime General succumbed to death and only left behind two broken halves of his blade for his descendants. Compared to Shao Qingtian, they couldn't reach the apex. He was a worthy adversary. It has been a while since I've met such a strong opponent in a one-on-one. South Emperor held his sky piercer and nodded his head. Despite being defeated and dying, to earn such an evaluation from South Emperor was a type of honor. This was respect shown to true masters. South Emperor now glanced over at Space Trample Mountain. Buzz! He instantly threw his sky piercer in its direction. Rumble! There seemed to be an endless barrage of meteors slamming into the mountain even before the halberd descended. The terrain started to shake violently. No, the lucky experts from this sect that survived watched the descending halberd from the sky. They screamed in despair. Once it arrived, there was a chance that the entire mountain would be penetrated. Everyone assumed that this was going to be the end of the Space Trample Mountain. Its disciples all closed their eyes, devoid of hope. This is the end of the Space Trample Mountain, someone murmured, unwilling to witness such a scene. However, there was no destructive impact as expected. There was no explosion either. Once the halberd touched the mountain, the entire world turned quiet. After a long time, people regained their composure and opened their eyes. They saw that the Space Trample Mountain was still floating in the air. Something outside of their expectations was happening. A pale hand devoid of a sanguine shade reached out from the ground of the mountain and clutched the sky piercer. Anyone, no matter who they were, would feel an indescribable sensation in their mind after seeing this bloodless hand. It was an ominous and bizarre feeling. At this time, an archaic door opened on the ground of the mountain. A figure slowly came out, then flew into the sky. His appearance was not accompanied by a heaven-shattering blood energy. There was no dazzling brilliance, but the entire universe stopped all the same. This person in the sky was the Lord of the Cosmos, the tyrant of myriad realms. He was the overlord of the supreme Grand Tao and in control of the reincarnation cycle as well as the yin and yang. He was the emperor of the 9 worlds, supreme and untouchable. There was no one higher than him. Thump, thump, thump. In a split second, countless people involuntarily kneeled on the ground as their legs failed them. Even though the newcomer did not have an aura that suppressed all sentient beings, the cultivators here felt an instinctive fear emanating from the depths of their hearts and had no choice but to prostrate. Even virtuous paragons couldn't suppress this primal fear. Only experts above the god monarch realm could stand firm. Nevertheless, these god monarchs still felt trepidation. The man in the sky had a square-shaped face and couldn't be described as handsome. However, there was a certain charm and charisma to him. He was dignified and awe-inspiring without having to resort to an angry outburst. People felt that they were in the presence of an emperor the moment they saw his face. This face represented power, authority, absolute control over all things in the 9 worlds. However, this face was pale without any color. His eyes were quite large. One could almost imagine just by staring at his eyes how wondrous they must have been back then as they looked down on the rest of the world and how sentient beings used to worship him. Alas, this pair of eyes were now empty. There was only the void within the emptiness without any signs of life or expressions. Nevertheless, those who looked into his eyes were still amazed. Their heartbeats sped up because this pair of eyes once saw through everything in this world. Immortal Emperor Ta Kong. Even Old Devil was shocked the moment he saw this person and uncontrollably staggered backward. Immortal Emperor Ta Kong. The prostrating crowd lifted their heads to look at this supreme existence in the distance. This was an untouchable existence. Many people found glory in just looking at the magnificent appearance of an emperor. Is that really Immortal Emperor Ta Kong? Those who had never seen him before murmured to themselves. The god monarchs who were still firm lost their balance after seeing who this supreme existence was. Since they came from his era, they kneeled in astonishment and were dazed from fear. This was not because these monarchs were too weak, it was because an immortal emperor was too powerful. Very few people could stand tall in the face of one. Even god kings might have to kneel on the ground. The god kings who could still stand steady despite their fear glanced at each other. After a while, they realized something. This is not a real immortal emperor. It is an imperial corpse. Li Chia looked at the person in the sky. His eyes narrowed before speaking. Incredible. Daring to preserve even an imperial corpse without fear of the potential backlash. It looks like Shao Qing Tian was presiding over the mountain to suppress the corpse. An imperial corpse was the body of an immortal emperor. Legend states that it was full of terrifying corpse energy. Once it accumulated to a certain level, it could immediately annihilate a god king. However, these were only parts of the legend because, for millions of years, no one had seen the corpse of an immortal emperor, let alone its energy. In fact, ever since the Desolate Era until the particularly Radiant Emperor's era, there had always been new emperors. However, no one knew about their final destination. No one knew whether they could die or not. Perhaps they would eventually turn into the Grand Tao. In short, across the ages, this remained an unsolved mystery. At the very least, those who couldn't reach a certain level remained ignorant to the answer. There was a long-running joke among cultivators: meeting an immortal emperor is an honor, but meeting the corpse of an immortal emperor makes you the biggest jackpot winner in history. Although this was just a joke, thinking about it, some would find that this was indeed the case. Many people had seen immortal emperors before, but no one had seen their corpse. To see their corpse was 1,000,000 times more difficult than reaching the heavens. But today, everyone saw the imperial corpse of immortal Emperor Ta Kong. This might be the first time in history. Patriarch. The lucky survivors from Space Trample Mountain were all prostrating and hitting their heads on the ground. They didn't know whether they should be happy or sad. In short, tears ran down their faces as they kowtowed continuously. Perhaps it was a bittersweet feeling. They were happy to see the patriarch answering their prayers as the mountain was on the verge of destruction, but only sadness was in their hearts to see their invincible emperor's corpse. This was a devastating blow to the sect. The legend is true. The kneeling spectators were shaken to see the corpse, especially those from the previous generation. They recalled a legend that everyone in this world knew. A god monarch muttered, "The Black Dragon King really did tear the heavens will apart." Another god king took a good look at the corpse and felt a bit creeped out. He spoke with great astonishment, "The Black Dragon King did more than just that. He probably killed the emperor as well, or maybe both of them perished together." Regardless of the Dragon King's fate, immortal Emperor Ta Kong is truly dead. An emperor had fallen. It didn't matter whether his true fate was there or if he was hiding in this world, leaving his body behind was a sign of death. At the very least, it showed that an emperor was defeated and had no choice but to give up his own flesh. Chapter 1138. The majority of the crowd didn't know what to feel while looking at the supreme corpse in the sky. Shock, confusion, respect, or maybe something else. The Black Dragon King, God Kings couldn't calm down at this moment. Seeing the corpse made them instantly think about the Dragon King and the battle back then. Even though no one saw it with their own eyes, so no one knew the result, many people found out that both immortal Emperor Ta Kong and the Dragon King disappeared afterward. Plenty of speculations arose, but none of them could be verified. But today, all of these speculations could be put to rest. People finally learned the outcome of the battle with the appearance of immortal Emperor Ta Kong's imperial corpse. An immortal emperor had fallen. Anyone would be shocked and aghast upon hearing this. No one should have been able to kill an immortal emperor. Another murmured, it must have been mutual destruction back then. Since both of them disappeared in that year, the crowd thought that the Black Dragon King must have died during that battle as well. Imperial corpse. South Emperor slightly lifted his hand to recall his sky piercer. He licked his lips and was extremely excited as he laughed. "I have fought many supreme geniuses, true gods, and even an immortal emperor before, but not an imperial corpse. Very well, I shall do so today." South Emperor's demeanor silenced the crowd. Even god kings would want to run before an imperial corpse. After all, this was a terrifying existence. Once harmed by this creature, the injuries would last for eternity. But right now, only excitement could be found in South Emperor. Boom! At this time, the Emperor suddenly glared angrily. The listless eyes shot out a horrifying light. Rumble. The entire mortal Emperor world trembled along with the stars in the vast expanse above. A horrifying scene came next. Sunlight, moonlight, the stars of the celestials, all were devoured and had their power sapped the moment the corpse opened its mouth. Refined yang fire and yin fire essence among other celestial forces were swallowed by the corpse. Their almighty power poured down from the sky like an endless flood. Many people gasped before this shocking scene and couldn't close their mouths for a long time. This was a forceful and tyrannical plundering of countless stars. A god king absolutely couldn't do this. It was a feat reserved for immortal emperors. The entire mortal emperor world plunged into a terrifying darkness. The world had lost its light and was sent into a permanent eclipse. Many panicked and wondered in astonishment, will we have to live in darkness from now on? Boom! Another loud explosion echoed. Immortal Emperor Ta Kong's corpse illuminated the entire world. With him as the center, an endless amount of light continued to spew out along with a boundless flame that appeared behind his back. In the blink of an eye, these wondrous forces engulfed the region. The brilliance emanating from the corpse carried the six Tao and refined the yin and yang. By doing so, it unlocked the wonders of the heaven and earth. People felt as if this corpse was holding the universe in its palm, a universe that seemed fragile. With a clench of its fist, the corpse could crush anything and everything. Despite only being a corpse, its imperial aura still suppressed the heavens. Many people under the god-monarch realm in the mortal emperor world were kneeling. They couldn't withstand the pressure of an emperor. Immortal emperor. Some experts were chanting in awe while kneeling on the ground. Good. The excited South Emperor laughed and roared, "Let me see just how powerful you are." With that, he no longer restrained his blood energy. It swallowed the sky and quaked countless stars. What was more frightening were the fate palaces that jumped into this world. 11 fate palaces. Someone shouted in horror after seeing his palaces, a miracle across the eons. Those with 11 palaces earned the phrase, a miracle across the eons. This was an emperor candidate with 11 palaces, someone who was only one step away from being an immortal emperor, a truly formidable being. People who knew his legends finally realized why others called him the most extraordinary genius. His talents were exceedingly rare, even across the long trek of time. People watched with bated breaths. Very few people in history could challenge an immortal emperor successfully. The corpse ahead could easily slay a god king. However, they also knew that this South Emperor before them was qualified to challenge an immortal emperor. Suddenly, Li Qie raised his brows and told South Emperor, "Little Gua, get back. Someone else is here to deal with him." South Emperor's eyes flashed. He sensed something and gazed over at the corpse to say with emotion, "What a shame." Then he quickly retreated without further objections. This new development came as a surprise to the spectators. Who else here was qualified to challenge immortal Emperor Ta Kong's corpse besides South Emperor? But now, Li Qie told South Emperor to retreat. This was quite unbelievable. Bang! The void shattered. Before people caught on to what was going on, the corpse suddenly turned around. The world turned with him while the stars pulsed unstably. Even the slightest shift of this body could shatter space and time. Such power left people speechless. They slowly came to understand what a real invincible being was. In the blink of an eye, a figure emerged at the Heavenly Tao Academy in the Eastern 100 Cities. This person took one step to cross the eastern region and another to cross the Grand Middle Territory before appearing in the sky above cleansing incense. Even the corpse became serious after seeing this newcomer that seemingly appeared out of thin air. A woman, one that couldn't be described by the brush. If being ordinary was a type of beauty, then it had vividly culminated in this woman to the extreme. Regardless of whether she was ordinary or beautiful, the moment she appeared before everyone, the world could only look up to her without any profane thoughts. Her body slowly emitted a radiance that was gentle and visually pleasing. This light illuminated the entire mortal emperor world. Everyone felt an eternal power, warm and everlasting. While bathed in these rays of light, people felt as if they were being reborn. Time did not flow, so it did not age people. Everything returned to the ancient period before time itself. The crowd went back to the origin of life, the beginning without an end. Eternal physique. A god king eventually woke up while bathing in this soft light. He understood the mysteries inside and screamed in horror, "This is a legendary grand completion immortal physique, the eternal physique at grand completion. Grand completion eternal physique." From vagrant cultivators to god kings, everyone was shocked to hear this. It was even more astonishing to hear this compared to the coming of an immortal emperor. Eternal physique at grand completion, an ancient virtuous paragon murmured, "Could it be that she has reached the mythical state of everlasting life?" In just a short period of time, the world was stupefied. Even Bu Lianxiang and Mu Shaodi were dazed. A grand completion eternal physique was too unbelievable and even more shocking than seeing an imperial corpse. In history, there had been many grand completion immortal physiques. The world had seen grand completion hell suppressing and indestructible diamond among other physiques. However, no one had heard of the eternal physique reaching grand completion. There was a belief in the cultivation world and it was that reaching grand completion eternal physique was 1,000,000 times more difficult than becoming an immortal emperor. In fact, this was proven with time. One immortal emperor appeared after another, but never had the world seen a grand completion eternal physique. Today, everyone stood witness to a one and only miracle across the eons, a grand completion eternal physique. Is she truly immortal? Many people were lost, especially the older generation. They were stimulated by their greatest desire. All along, many had pursued eternal life, especially the stronger cultivators. All would have to face one problem in the end: death. Death was the one thing powerful existences weren't willing to face. Despite the ultimate pursuit, it was a fruitless endeavor. However, seeing this physique today made the experts catch a glimmer of hope towards true eternal life. While looking at the woman in the sky, no one truly knew whether this physique at grand completion could grant eternal life or not. Who is she? They glanced at each other. No one knew who she was or her origin because no one had seen her before. This unidentified woman had reached grand completion. This was completely inconceivable to the spectators. Chapter 1139. The invincible Magu. Wuxia stared at Magu in the sky and couldn't help but smile. It was a smile that even he couldn't describe. He suddenly felt a bit dazed while murmuring, "You are my pride, a reason for my arrogance." Throughout the countless moons, he had trained too many invincible existences. For him, even producing an immortal emperor was not difficult. All along, the thing he thought to be the most challenging was training someone who could reach grand completion with the eternal physique. He had tried many times. Regardless of how great their Tao heart or talents were, they all ultimately failed in cultivating the eternal physique. However, this unpromising little girl whom many deemed to be stupid and forsaken by her parents went against all expectations. She persevered to the end and created an unprecedented miracle across the eons, one that belonged only to her. In the distant years when Wuxia used to be the Dark Crow, he had no hope for this little girl who couldn't even remember a single incantation. Nevertheless, the thirst for knowledge in her eyes moved him. In a sense, he simply felt pity for her. Who would have thought that this girl who couldn't remember anything managed to cultivate the eternal physique to grand completion? This was something that had never been done before. Even immortal emperors couldn't do it. This is who I'm most proud of in my life. Wuxia murmured while peering at Magu. Even the unrelenting Dark Crow would feel like giving up after numerous failures, but Magu gave him hope and allowed him to test and see a miracle of the eons. The shocked old devil murmured to himself, "A peak virtuous paragon with a grand completion eternal physique. She is too powerful and can definitely assail even a living immortal emperor." The title, Emperor Assailant, carried a heavy weight. Not just anyone could claim to be able to harm an emperor, not even invincible god kings. Old Devil was not one who jumped to conclusions quickly, but he understood just how terrifying the woman in the sky was. The grand completion eternal physique wouldn't fear even a living emperor. Heavenly Tao Academy's Magu, I've heard of her fame but hadn't met her yet. To see her today is the blessing of 3 lifetimes. South Emperor was also full of admiration. In fact, anyone who could reach grand completion with this physique was worthy of reverence. Someone like Bulianxiang was shaken as well after seeing Magu as she exclaimed, "A flawless eternal physique, this is truly unbelievable. This level of immortal physique is untouchable. Her current state can harm an immortal emperor without a doubt." Having said that, she glanced over at Wuxia. She had triple saint attributes and was someone who was cultivating an immortal physique as well. She had a profound understanding of these physiques, so after seeing Magu's eternal physique, she understood the implications within. The eternal physique had never appeared before. She recognized that in order to cultivate a flawless physique like this, one would require a perfect immortal physique law. In this regard, no physique law could exceed those found in the physique scripture, the most immaculate physique manual in the world. Thus, Bulianxiang understood after seeing Magu that this supreme masterpiece must have come from Wuxia. Emperor Assailant. Everyone was astonished after hearing Old Devil. The power of this realm had exceeded the scope thereof imaginations. It was not a field that they could reach. Buzz. Immortal Emperor Takong's corpse finally took action. He didn't use an imperial law or suppress the heavens. His hand simply pierced the void and headed straight for Magu's heart. This ordinary and direct attack made the crowd tremble. A god king couldn't block this attack. Their chest would be pierced right away. However, Magu didn't budge before this move. The corpse only had one thing on its mind: only by catching up and killing Magu would it be able to solve this time crisis. Even the strongest attack or an invincible defense wouldn't be able to stop this temporal phenomenon. How fast was an immortal emperor? One could cross the 9 worlds with just one step. However, distance was not the problem in this temporal Tao path. The main separator between Magu and the corpse was several 100,000 years of time. Regardless of how fast the corpse was, it couldn't catch up to Magu. Meanwhile, the faster it was, the faster the process of aging it experienced. 10,000 years passed in just the blink of an eye. More sizzling noises came about. The muscles on this corpse began to fall off. This body that couldn't be cut by a true treasure was on a steady decline inside this pathway. It was not able to withstand the power of time. Boom! The corpse decided to stop chasing at this moment. It waved its hand and myriad Tao of this world converged together to form a portal. Buzz! This portal refined by an emperor opened. The corpse immediately went through the portal to appear in a different area. However, time continued to pass. It didn't matter that it had entered a new spatial zone. Time was still passing, for he was still inside the temporal Tao path. There was no way to evade this level of confrontation unless it could escape to a location without time. There had to be no beginning and no end. Unfortunately, neither the 9 worlds nor outer space had any places that could avoid the Tao of time. Bang! All of the corpse's flames came together once more to form an attack. It derived the ultimate profundity of the Grand Tao. The 9 worlds shook before the oncoming calamity. Countless living beings in the mortal emperor world kneeled and were scared for their lives. This blow from an immortal emperor carried an unimaginable power. Many thought that the world was about to collapse before this attack. Crack! The corpse managed to smash apart a section of the Tao of time. However, this was of no use. The fragmented part was simply replaced in a second. Time would always exist. Even if one broke some of it off, the flow would still continue to affect them just like before. Chapter 1140, Fallen Imperial Corpse, Rumble. The corpse continued to hammer the temporal Tao pathway time after time. Each blow carried a power capable of destroying the world. If he smashed the Grand Middle Territory in the same manner, it would immediately sink down. The path below his feet shattered continuously. However, breaking these small sections had no effect. It didn't stop the flow of time, the coming of the future. The body of the corpse continued to erode with flesh and bits falling off. There were some fragile areas that had already been shed to the bone. The world shook before its continuous rampage. The other regions in the mortal emperor world could feel this force as well. Countless beings were frightened because of it. They felt that the end of the world was swiftly approaching. It was as if each attack was smashing right on top of their head. It didn't matter who they were, one strike would render them to ashes. The masses were secretly praying for this battle to end early so that all sentient beings in this world could escape this disaster. Magu walked forward as time quietly flowed. Each of her steps increased the temporal Tao pathway's length by another 10,000 years. This was a type of serenity for the heaven and earth. Only time was allowed to pass. Regardless of how the corpse struggled, it couldn't truly destroy this Tao of time. Without a doubt, this corpse was very powerful, but it still wasn't a real immortal emperor, thus it had a long way to go before matching up against Magu. The spectators gasped to see just how helpless the corpse was. Even god kings found themselves lacking. In the depths of an imperial lineage, a god king that had been slumbering for many generations climbed up. He looked at the sky and murmured, a flawless grand completion physique on top of being a peak paragon. Outside of immortal emperors, no one else in this world is qualified to face her. Boom! In an instant, the corpse exuded the power of the world that it devoured earlier along with an endless corpse energy. Sizzling sounds could be heard with the corpse energy's emergence. Even the stars in the sky were being corrupted and eroded by its power. The imperial corpse's energy. Even god kings were alarmed after seeing this. According to an unbelievable legend, once these corpses accumulated this type of baleful energy to a certain level, it would instantly destroy a god king. There was no doubt that this corpse had been processed and perhaps even sealed. Otherwise, the space trample mountain would have been turned into ashes long ago by this horrifying energy. But now, the corpse had broken the seal and all of its corpse energy erupted. In a short period of time, this energy wove together with the Grand Tao to form a half-black and half-white imperial sword. The world shook before its appearance. Myriad Tao and laws began to wail in lamentation. They were forced to the ground, unable to move. Bang! The sword slashed forward with a might capable of flattening the world. Even someone like Old Devil quivered before its strength. Boom! The sword finally shattered the temporal Tao. A beautiful five-color radiance began to disperse from the pathway in a majestic and magnificent manner. Clank! The corpse unleashed another slash straight at Magu. It was swift to the point where Old Devil couldn't see its trajectory at all. Right when it was about to cut into her body, it suddenly stopped along with all noises in the world. Those who were capable of seeing this were gasping in astonishment. This slash was too terrorizing and definitely capable of slaying all deities in this world. However, the serenity became endless along with everything else. It all happened in a split second, but this split second was extended to the span of millions of years. In this moment, boundless temporal forces suddenly rushed out in a ferocious manner. Magu also disappeared. If the temporal pathway earlier was a gurgling stream, then the current temporal Tao was a flood that engulfed the world, a flood capable of destroying everything. With 1,000,000 years as the unit, time kept on pouring down in the form of a brilliance that bathed the imperial corpse. In fact, Magu did not disappear, she was standing still the whole time. The spatial location might be the same, but the temporal sphere was different. She was millions of years away. This made the imperial sword completely ineffective against her. Ah! The corpse devoid of life unexpectedly screamed while being bathed by the great temporal light. At this time, people saw a magical scene. The ray that contained millions of years pierced the corpse. It immediately dispersed into countless particles that were swept away by the river of time. No, the remaining generals of Space Trample Mountain screamed and couldn't accept this outcome. Boom! 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 After the corpse was disintegrated into particles by time, all of the power it devoured returned from whence it came. Refined Yang fire and Yin fire essence along with the radiance of the stars all returned to the cosmos where they belonged. The mortal emperor world regained its light. The sun was still hanging above the vault of the heavens and the moon was still hiding deep in the blue recesses of space. Of course, the stars flickered far on the horizon. After seeing that the world was still here and the celestials were still bright, people felt like survivors of a great disaster. The world turned silent right away. Both the Grand Middle Territory and even the entire mortal emperor world was drowned in silence. One could hear the drop of a needle anywhere in this realm. It seemed that even living beings didn't dare to breathe. They all looked up in the sky to stare at Magu. The most ordinary woman became the world's most beautiful scene. Anyone would tremble inside. From start to finish, Magu didn't even attack. She simply released a temporal Tao pathway and it destroyed an imperial corpse. Both god kings and reclusive undyings wouldn't be enough against such a powerful existence. At this time, they were all looking up at her. An old undying from the previous generation murmured to himself while trembling, an emperor assailant truly exists in the present. Over these millions of years, few emperor assailants had appeared. After all, some of them did not have a good end because it wasn't a good thing to oppose emperors. Thus, they were a legend of sorts. Not many had seen these assailants until today, where they stood witness to their level of power. Old Devil was somewhat dazed and murmured to himself, "Who can surpass this flawless immortal physique that allows her to do as she pleases?" Such words woke up a lot of people, especially the powerful ones who understood the implications. Think about it, an emperor assailant was Li Qia's Tao protector. Who in this world would dare to compete for the heavens will against him anymore? Who would want to cross this unstoppable woman? As fiercest, no one in the younger generation could defeat him. Nevertheless, a few ancient existences still felt that this didn't mean that he himself was unbeatable. Space Trample Mountain clearly had this thought, and same with the soaring immortal sect. This belief ignited the battle today. The young were no match for Li Qia, so the old wanted to join together to kill him. From then on, there would be a new forerunner for the heavens' will. But now, an emperor assailant had appeared. Moreover, she was clearly on the side of fiercest. Li Qia will surely become the immortal emperor of this generation. Even god kings who had ideas about killing Li Qia were deterred and could only remove this thought. They had to tuck their tails obediently in order to stay alive. Today, it didn't matter how strong Li Qia himself was. Those who dared to stop him would have to deal with those on his side first. Ma Gu, the Middle Continent Princess, South Emperor, and even characters like Mu Shaodi, this group was already unstoppable. Chapter 1141, I alone am invincible. Someone looked at South Emperor in the sky, then glanced over at Ma Gu and finally stopped on Bulianxiang next to Li Qia. He was shocked and murmured, "Could this be considered the strongest Tao protection team?" No, after a long time, the disciples from the Space Trample Mountain finally regained their sanity. At this time, Old Devil didn't need to do anything since the mountain was already on the verge of collapse. The disciples fell butt first onto the ground. The things that collapsed were their confidence and dignity. All was destroyed as the immortal emperor's corpse turned to ash. For so many years, these disciples were proud of their background of hailing from Space Trample Mountain. Their patriarch, immortal Emperor Ta Kong, was their glory and their spiritual totem. Because of the emperor, the mountain came into being. But now, his corpse had turned into smoke. Everything had collapsed for them. Even if Old Devil didn't destroy the mountain, they were powerless, fish on the chopping block. Time to end it all. Li Qia coldly glanced at the world. He stood calmly in the sky, but everyone was in fear and awe while looking at him. From today on, anyone in any lineage would have to take the long way around him. Provocation was out of the question. First brother is invincible. Cleansing Incense's disciples also calmed down and cheered. They were quite happy, some even started crying. Not long before, the sect was under siege and was hanging on by a thread. However, once Li Qia was back, he blocked the torrential waves and saved the sect while killing his enemies. Both the mountain and ancient kingdom, these behemoths, were annihilated by their first brother. Even the older generation like Gu Taizhou was sighing non-stop. He recalled the days of decline and the painful times under the shadow of the heavenly god sect. For them, the Space Trample Mountain and Azure mysterious ancient kingdom were monsters. If these lineages decided to invade them, there was nothing they could do to prevent being annihilated. However, everything was changed today. All the patterns were flipped over since Li Qia came back. These two lineages were now meaningless and insignificant. They were destroyed in just one day. Even the arrogant soaring immortal sect was banished forever. Strength? Invincibility? Both were on full display in their purest form. The suspense and worries were gone after the battle concluded. Bai Jinjin and Li Shuangyan's group led some disciples to attack the heavenly god sect. They defeated them completely, so Cleansing Incense was able to regain its lost territory overnight. There had been other great powers who occupied the sect's land back then as well. Today, they obediently handed the land back and even gave up parts of their own territories to make amends. Thus, Cleansing Incense was not only able to recapture their old territory, they also expanded quite a bit. No lineage dared to have any ideas about cleansing incense anymore. Many sects who had offended them quickly sent messengers to beg for forgiveness. Of course, they couldn't meet Li Chia, only Gu Taizhou saw them. It was a very hard day for these great powers. One by one, they came to humbly apologize. The ones with greater offenses kowtowed on the ground while offering tributes. For those who were under the rule of the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom and Heavenly God sect, they were willing to do anything as long as cleansing incense forgave them. Who would dare to oppose cleansing incense right now? The Space Trample Mountain and the Ancient Kingdom were the best examples. Imperial lineages were destroyed just like that. Even the soaring sect was banished. The end of this war signaled a long silence. Many people found it difficult to recompose themselves due to the fear. Li Chia's domineering attitude and Ma Gu's invincibility deterred the entire mortal emperor world. In present times, even a more brilliant genius would only be a stepping stone for Li Chia. Eventually, ancestors from imperial lineages called for their favorite genius disciples and told them to not come out anymore. These ancestors understood that competing against Li Chia for heaven's will would be in vain. Even the most excellent and wonderful talent would only become dry bones on Li Chia's path towards a mortal emperor. The cleansing incense ancient sect was very quiet and peaceful right now as the excited disciples had calmed down. This serenity was granted by Ma Gu's appearance. She and Li Chia were in a room alone. He sat in his chair while staring at this woman that was ordinary yet beautiful to the extreme and sighed emotionally. "Teacher, I have really done it." She found it difficult to hide her happiness. Li Chia also smiled and said, "Grand completion, eternal physique, ah. A miracle of the eons. Compared to you, what are immortal emperors and gods? An unyielding Tao heart and supreme talents, both of these are nothing as well." Ma Gu sat next to him and happily stated, "This is to teacher's credit. Without your guidance, I wouldn't have any of these accomplishments right now." At this time, she became like a little girl again with an unchanging heart. "No." Li Chia gently shook his head, "This is not my credit but yours alone. I simply embroidered more flowers on the brocade." He explained, "A heart anxious to learn is natural. Chasing the unknown, craving comprehension, these are a person's indelible instincts. Nothing in this world can destroy the will to search for the unknown, an instinctive thirst for knowledge. As a person perseveres in this search, they will be able to change like a cocoon turning into a butterfly." He looked at Ma Gu with a tinge of happiness and doting. She gently rested on his lap while quietly listening. She was still the little girl back then who carefully took in each of his words. No matter how the years pass and how the world will change, one thing will always remain the same. Li Chia stroked her hair, "You will always be my pride, the person I'm proudest of." She smiled and replied, "Ma Gu is very happy to hear teacher say that." Her ordinary smile became the most beautiful and captivating. Li Chia smiled back. It was a smile of satisfaction and showed an unprecedented sense of accomplishment, one that was much greater than grooming an immortal emperor. She lifted her head to look at him while speaking in all seriousness, "Teacher, I want to go to that place with you." Li Chia immediately fell into silence after hearing her request. "I have heard Brother Wang Yuan talk about that place," she earnestly continued. While looking at her strangely attractive face, he eventually answered her, "Ma Gu, you should know that wherever I go shall be doomed to rivers of blood and mountains of bones." Chapter 1142, Ma Gu's Oath, I Know. Ma Gu was resting on his lap while looking up at Li Chia to say, "I have heard a lot about teacher's stories, but I know that you have never been a bad guy." Li Chia burst out in laughter after hearing this. There is no single measurement to tell good and bad apart in this world. Good people will do bad things and bad people will also do good things at times. Teacher is a good person, so even when you commit a bad deed, you will still be a good person. She smiled faintly in relaxation. Her answer carried quite an implicit charm. The mood between the two was quite good. Li Chia gently smiled and stroked her hair. "Your heart is bright, so the world is also bright. but my world cannot be judged on this basis. More often than not, I don't know what is right and what is wrong or what is good and what is bad. Magu tightly held his hand with her jade-like fingers and gazed at him with her eyes that resembled limpid autumn waters. Good or bad, I still hope to accompany teacher to the end of this world. I have plenty of time and so do you, right? Li Qie pondered over her words. This woman before him was no longer the little girl back then. She had grown up to become invincible, someone capable of weathering the storms and winds in the 9 worlds. After a long time, he sighed and replied, "My journey is not an adventure or a search for the unknown out of curiosity. The place that awaits me will be full of war and murder. One day, deities and emperors will besiege me from all directions. This path from one edge of the world to another will be long and filled with opposing emperors and gods, and at the very end of the world, we will face a war with no turning back." With that, he lifted her hand and solemnly continued, "It was not easy for you to reach the Tao. You have survived for millions of years to reach this level, so you are my pride and joy. I hope that in the future, you will be able to go wherever you want and live a life full of pleasure and happiness." His expression turned sullen. "I don't want to take you into an endless war. We are not of the same world. Your world should be one of peace and tranquility, like the passing of time when cultivating the eternal physique by sleeping. The repose of the bright moonlight above with the gentle breeze keeping you warm throughout the night. This is your beautiful and quiet world, one that you deserve after giving everything you have. But as for me, I am destined to travel far on a murderous path full of blood and darkness, a path upon which death constantly looms." He sighed and showed a rare gentleness. "You are a miracle of the eons, the only treasure of your kind in this world. I don't want you to experience perpetual war because of my selfishness." Magu's determination was made apparent by her tight grip on his hand. She slowly spoke in a rhythmic and soft voice, yet each word was full of power. "I know that very well, but I won't have any regrets." Li Qie fell silent once more. She was persistent. "When I was very young, everyone hated me and not a single person was willing to teach me how to read, but teacher did not look down on me. You taught me how to read and showed me a new world that I would have never been able to reach otherwise. In the beginning, I only wanted to show people that I was not stupid, that I could learn how to read and study. It wasn't mere literacy that you showed me, it was a whole new world. You believed in me and had expectations. You were the only one. Even though I was slow, you never thought that I was a piece of rotten wood with no use. You gave me the most precious immortal law and explained the most profound mysteries in this world. Because of this bright world that you opened me up to, I was able to grasp everything by having a pursuit and dream. All of this is because of you. You are the reason why I continue forward on this endless path. Without you, I would be nothing, only known to others as a dumb girl. Without your persistence, I wouldn't have been able to persevere cultivating the endless path of the eternal physique. Since you didn't give up on me, I had no reason to give up on myself." Tears suddenly wetted the corners of her eyes. An existence capable of assailing a mortal emperor like her was quite rare, but she was leaning on Li Qie like a little girl. "Silly girl, don't cry." Li Qie gently wiped away her tears. "The Grand Tao is full of difficulties that we need to be ready to face." She smiled back with an ordinary yet beautiful smile. The teardrops in the corners of her eyes resembled the early morning dew on a flower, refined and pure. She met his gaze and spoke with an incomparable firmness. "Life and death and bloodshed are nothing to me. Teacher gave me the world, so as long as I am by your side, I have the whole world within my reach. The peace and serenity you speak of can only exist because you are near." Li Qie finally exhaled and said, "You are no longer the little girl back then. As an existence capable of assailing the 9 heavens and 10 earths and everything else in this world, you have the right to pick your own path, especially with the completion of your eternal physique. Think for yourself and pick the life that you desire. I can't be like before and continue to hope for you to cultivate by slumbering. The decision is in your hands now. You have grown up to be invincible, you are an eagle capable of soaring to the 9 heavens to strike the sky if you wish. It is up to you, follow your heart." He pointed at his chest at this point. She revealed a resplendent smile incapable of being described with the pen and ink before giving her answer. Where you are is where I shall be. Li Qie emotionally commented, the path of the Grand Tao is endless. I hope we can go on forever to the end of the world until the day where we receive our answer. Ma Gu interlocked her fingers with his and didn't say anything else. She had already received her answer, everything was right here, the entire world. In the next several days, cleansing incense was full of guests. Many great powers came to visit while others came to seek forgiveness. Some even came from the other side of the mortal emperor world. Even imperial lineages came bearing gifts in order to befriend the sect. In the present, cleansing incense had an incomparable prestige, so it was only natural for many sects to want to build a good relationship with it. Of course, they also wanted to see Li Qie, but this was impossible. He was not seeing guests. The only one truly suffering was Gu Taizhou since he was in charge due to Su Yonghuang's absence. Of course, there were other candidates such as Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao. Alas, they didn't care for these kinds of mundane matters as they would rather spend their time cultivating. Gu Taizhou could be said to be quite capable. However, because the sect was previously in decline, he lacked the self-confidence to deal with these imperial lineages and had to go consult Li Qie. He brought a bunch of tribute letters and asked Li Qie for his opinion. Many imperial lineages want to establish diplomatic relations with us. What does virtuous nephew think about this? Li Qie didn't bother taking a look and only smiled. You can deal with them as if they are ordinary sects. There's no need to be more attentive just because they are imperial lineages. Gu Taizhou didn't know what to say. For any lineage, establishing ties with imperial lineages was a very important matter, but Li Qie simply didn't care at all. If you aren't clear on something, you can go ask Arcane Guru for advice. He looked at Gu Taizhou and smiled. After hearing this, Gu Taizhou was finally relieved. At least Li Qie pointed him a way out. Li Qie asked, where is the sect master? During the time of disaster, Su Yonghuang was not present. She went back to the Su clan. Before leaving, she left me in charge and told me that this was a personal matter. If fast, it would be half a year to 1 year, otherwise, it would be 3 to 10 years before she can return. Therefore, before leaving, she made arrangements for everything. Li Qie frowned and pondered after hearing this. He knew that Su Yonghuang was not the type to neglect the sect's business and leave. Moreover, it was also during a period of turmoil. Li Qie inquired, did she say what it was about? Gu Taizhou gently shook his head, I don't know since she didn't tell me. However, she had a solemn expression before leaving, so it shouldn't be something trivial. The Su clan's business, Li Qie contemplated for a moment. The Heaven's Edge Su clan no longer appeared in this world, so they shouldn't have any enemies. If there were no conflicts, then what could it be that made Su Yonghuang abandon her post, to leave the sect for such a long period of time? Chapter 1143, Old Devils Past. While Li Qie was deep in thought, Gu Taizhou hesitated for a moment and didn't know whether he should speak up. He had a question but didn't dare to ask. Li Qie noticed his demeanor, so he smiled, Elder, we are not strangers, so you can just speak your mind. Gu Taizhou chuckled awkwardly with an embarrassed expression. He rubbed his palms together and asked, virtuous nephew, about this. The other elders in the sect, they are very curious, so they asked me to ask. Gu Taizhou didn't know how to phrase this delicate matter. Elder Gu, go ahead. Li Qie smiled. Gu Taizhou took a deep breath and calmed down before looking at Li Qie with a serious expression. Virtuous nephew, are you the descendant of our patriarch? You and the other elders are thinking too much. Li Qie knew what he was thinking and laughed. Gu Taizhou was still as awkward as before. Well, the elders think that you are either the patriarch's direct descendant or perhaps even an imperial prince who was sealed. The older generation of the sect felt that Li Qie was immortal Emperor Min Ren's descendant. He could even be a sealed child from the emperor. No one would doubt Li Qie if he came out right now and claimed to be the emperor's son. Li Chia burst out into laughter and shook his head. Elder, you are overthinking it. I am not immortal Emperor Min Ren's descendant and definitely not his son. Gu Taizhou could only smile awkwardly in response. He actually hoped that Li Chia would be related to the emperor somehow. He had to ask, then what about the benevolent armament? For millions of years now, no one had heard of this benevolent armament. Moreover, the triangular building had always been there. No one was able to connect with it, let alone control it. But now, Li Chia had used it freely at his whim. Thus, it was understandable to think that outside of the emperor himself, only his son would be able to use the benevolent armament. Li Chia smilingly said, the armor was waiting for the fateful ones. It has been buried deep underground. When the right person comes again, it shall show itself once more. He didn't need to explain this armor clearly because Gu Taizhou didn't know that despite its name, it didn't have a lot to do with immortal Emperor Min Ren. He was not the one who refined it. Back when Li Chia couldn't come up with a good name, the emperor had already worn it to battle. From then on, people called it the benevolent armament. Li Chia had no problems with this name, so he didn't change it afterward. Eventually, Gu Taizhou stopped bothering Li Chia and bowed before leaving. Is old devil still here? Li Chia asked. Tell him to come here, and Mu Xiaohuang too. Gu Tieshou's heart jumped out of confusion after hearing this. It was clear that he lacked the knowledge about their relationships. Old devil Mu Xiaodi was their ancestor. With regards to status, Li Chia should be calling him ancestor, but strangely enough, old devil listened to Li Chia's commands. This was a chaotic mess that Gu Taizhou couldn't figure out at all. I will go consult the ancestor. What else could he say? He was several generations below old devil. In fact, the entire sect was still dumbfounded at the moment. Both elders and ordinary disciples couldn't believe that the perverted old devil was their most powerful ancestor, Mu Xiaodi. In the past, an elder had proposed to expel old devil from the sect, lest he stain the sect's reputation even more. But now, after finding out that he was an ancestor, many people broke out in cold sweat. After a while, old devil and the burly man, Mu Xiaohuang, came. While looking at Li Chia, even characters like old devil didn't dare to show any slight. He respectfully bowed and said, Greetings, Your Excellency. Li Chia glanced at him and said, It looks like the Black Dragon King told you about me. Senior Black Dragon King only mentioned a few things. Old devil smiled wryly before giving introductions. Your Excellency, this is my little brother. I know who he is. Li Chia glanced at the young king and then both of them before stating, If I'm not mistaken, the two of you are the reason for cleansing incense's decline. Old devil quickly said, Your Excellency, it was my fault. I was the one who destroyed the sect. I'm ashamed to meet our forefathers. Mu Xiaohuang hastily interjected, Your Excellency, my big brother is not to be blamed for this. It was all my fault. I was the one who found the secret underground and invited trouble, so Master sentenced me to an eternal imprisonment. Old devil busily asserted, No, Your Excellency, if it wasn't for my obsession with power and desire to open the seal, the cleansing incense ancient sect wouldn't have faced that disaster. Li Chia gently waved his sleeve after looking at the two. Okay, there's no need to claim the blame from each other. If your master declared your sentence, then I'm too lazy to care about who was right and wrong. I only want to know the process and details. Be specific. It was my fault. Mu Xiaohuang deepened his tone. Big brother and I grew up at cleansing incense and joined under our master at the same time. I was not as gifted at cultivation as Big Brother since I was addicted to occult and bizarre matters. Thus, I read many scrolls of the sect when I was younger. So you traced back to the roots and thought about obtaining the power. Li Chia said while looking at Mu Xiaohuang. Your Excellency, it was not so. My little brother liked strange things and didn't care for prestige and power, so he was still nameless when I became famous. Old devil quickly interrupted. Mu Xiaohuang scratched his head and went on, Through the scrolls from our sect, I knew that there was a secret buried beneath cleansing incense. At the start, I thought it was the benevolent armament, but later on, I found that this was not the case. Li Qie flatly said, a very powerful force is hidden underground. Back then, there was a reason why he let immortal Emperor Min Ren establish the sect on this land. Yes. Mu Xiaohuang wryly smiled. In the beginning, I only wanted to obtain the benevolent armament in hopes that Big Brother would be able to successfully seize the heavens just like the patriarch back then. However, I didn't understand the true principles behind the armament. It was not a treasure, so I couldn't take it. Moving on, with my research, I found that there was something even more powerful beneath the imperial foundation of the sect. It was an eternal power, perhaps even more terrifying than the benevolent armament, so I became fascinated by it. He explained. It was because of me. Old Devil joined again. It was because I wanted that power which led to the calamity later on. He recalled, I competed against immortal Emperor Ta Kong. Out of our 6 duels, the score was 3-3. However, after each battle, the Emperor's Tao became much more polished than mine. I understood him very well. During our last confrontation which led to my defeat, a huge gap was between us. I couldn't stand it, so I had the urge to obtain an even greater power. Li Qie coldly said, you were obsessed, charmed by the devil. Old Devil sighed in response, I was truly charmed by the devil back then with my desire to become the immortal emperor. My thirst for power was what led me astray. The old guy became dejected at this point. At that time, I heard little brother say that he had finished researching the seal underground. I thought about a few legends back then relating to the power underground, a power that would make me invincible in the 9 worlds. Li Qie glared at him and asked, did you know what their end result was? Old Devil gently sighed. At that time, I was completely obsessed and didn't think much of it. I just wanted to obtain this power in order to surpass immortal Emperor Ta Kong, to seize the heavens will and ascend to the throne. Li Qie emotionlessly scolded, it doesn't matter what kind of person an immortal emperor is. Regardless of whether they are a murderer or a righteous gentleman, no emperor cultivating an unorthodox and evil method has ever been accepted by the heavenly Tao. Only a supreme grand Tao can carry the heaven's will. Even if you obtained that power, you still wouldn't have become an immortal emperor. Old Devil smiled sadly, I was blinded by my miserable defeat. I was unwilling to lose against immortal Emperor Ta Kong, so I became hell-bent on obtaining that power underground. Master and the elders did not agree in the beginning, but under my constant pleading, Master eventually agreed to open the seal underground. No one expected that everything would go wrong and a calamity would befall us. Despite knowing the dangers, the elders still ultimately agreed. This was their desire to have another immortal emperor. Without a doubt, Mu Shaodi was a great candidate. Humph. You all only knew that this power was strong but never thought about what was sealed underground. Li Qie coldly stated, otherwise, why would immortal Emperor Min Ren and I waste so much time to lay such a strong imperial foundation in order to seal this land? Chapter 1144, One Mistake, an eternal sin. Being harshly scolded by Li Qie left Old Devil smiling wryly. I was overwhelmed with the need for more power, so I carelessly tried to borrow this power to forcefully seize the heaven's will. Forcefully seize the heaven's will? Li Qie laughed in response, that is only something found in legends. You couldn't become an immortal emperor back then, so you definitely couldn't succeed later on. Old Devil exhaled and said, if I could have thought of that back then, the situation wouldn't have deteriorated so badly. While focusing on obtaining the power underground, we opened the seal and unexpectedly found something else. Li Qie didn't say anything and continued to stare coldly at Old Devil. The old man went on, at that moment, I finally understood that outside of this power, there were other things down there, but it was too late. In order to protect this land from falling into the hands of the monsters, the other elders and I worked together. We spent countless efforts and refined jades in order to reseal the foundation. Immortal Emperor Min Ren and I were afraid that the power down there would break out again even from the foundation. But who would have thought that before it could break out, everything would be destroyed in your hands? He glared at Old Devil. The old man lowered his head in shame. His little brother spoke instead. It is not all Big Brother's fault. If it wasn't for my curiosity, none of this would have happened. Cleansing incense's situation today is because of me. My ambition blinded me, resulting in our decline and the elders suffering underground. He spoke with shame. If it wasn't for Senior Black Dragon King slapping me out of my stupor, I'm afraid I would have gone to meet the ancestors already. Li Chia asked, "You all couldn't suppress the old man underground?" Old Devil smiled wryly and said, "The elders and I counterattacked many times to no avail. We could only force him back at best. There was no way of recreating the immortal emperor's seal, so we had to stand guard there." Li Chia coldly scowled, "If it wasn't for your meritorious service, I would be too lazy to deal with this mess. I will intervene this time but never a second. One might be able to survive an act of God, but no one can survive a self-brought calamity. Your Excellency, please reseal this land." After hearing this, Old Devil immediately rejoiced and prostrated on the ground. Li Chia gently shook his head. "It is easier said than done to seal this land. It can't be done in 1 or 2 days. When Immortal Emperor Min Ren erected the Supreme Imperial Foundation in the past, it required a lot of time and effort. What I can do now is make that old man run back and stop causing trouble." Li Chia paused and glared at Old Devil. "Whether this land can be sealed again or ends up being destroyed, I'll deal with that later. Your Excellency taking action is a blessing for the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect." Old Devil could finally let go of what was tormenting his heart. Li Chia asked, "Do you know anything about that last battle?" "Your Excellency, I did not participate in that battle." Old Devil quickly explained, "I was haunted back then, so Senior Black Dragon King awakened me with a slap. He told me to stay behind and guard the entrance without further explanations. Because I was suppressing the seal underground, I didn't know what exactly happened in that battle. The moment I got out, the battle between the Senior and Immortal Emperor Ta Kong had already ended. I didn't meet the Senior later on, so I don't know the specific circumstances." Li Chia pondered for a moment. He knew very well that the Black Dragon King must have survived the fight with Immortal Emperor Ta Kong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to kill his way into the Immortal Demon Grotto. After a while, Li Chia lifted his head and told Old Devil, "I will go underground to deal with this matter to avoid further complications. Your Excellency will certainly be successful." Old Devil quickly stated in full exultation. The two of them left Cleansing Incense and went to the town right below. After entering the small town, Old Devil led Li Chia to the Happy Crimson Pavilion. Old Devil was a regular here, so after he arrived, the ladies came to greet him in a very familiar manner. A gorgeously dressed woman coquettishly smiled. "Third Master, you are bringing along a young man today? Only by growing stronger would they be able to escape their own destinies. Otherwise, it would just be empty talk. He could save one person, but not millions." This was the biggest difference between him and Immortal Emperor Min Ren. The Emperor had a tendency for clemency and wished to save all living beings in this world. Old Devil opened another entrance to the underground and led Li Chia inside. They were ported into the deepest location of Cleansing Incense. A gigantic imperial foundation was located here. It was built upon the sweat and blood of Li Chia and Immortal Emperor Min Ren back then. One could see many great pillars shouldering the ground. The path was paved by refined divine stones and engraved with powerful imperial formations that were suppressing the entire area. Walking into this place was the same as walking into the underground labyrinth of a palace. This underground base was huge. In the face of a disaster, it would be easy for all the disciples from the sect to come and hide here. Li Chia gently sighed after feeling the familiar power while walking inside the foundation. This was an inheritance that could allow for Cleansing Incense to continue on. Even if it were to collapse one day, as long as this place was still here, it would eventually rise once more. It could be said that in order to build this place, they had spent a countless amount of effort. Alas, after so many years, the future generations of Cleansing Incense did not utilize this inheritance to bring about prosperity for the sect. They eventually went as far as they could go. Before them was an abyss that resembled a cave that led further down into the ground. It was pitch black, one had no way to see what was down there. Around this pit was an extremely powerful imperial formation. Many old men were sitting around it. Their vitality had weakened with age, but this didn't mean that they weren't extremely powerful. All were virtuous paragons. At the same time, 3 weapons were floating in the middle of the formation. 2 of them were life treasures that emitted imperial auras. Benevolent saber. Li Qie glanced at the 3rd weapon and immediately recognized it. The benevolent saber was Immortal Emperor Min Ren's true fate weapon. The other 2 weapons were also refined by him. Back then, he left behind all of his weapons. Outside of 1 life treasure falling into the hands of the Heavenly God sect, the others vanished without a trace, including the saber. The older generation like Gu Taizhou didn't know where these weapons went. They speculated that the weapons had been lost in the war. When Li Qie and Old Devil stepped closer, the old men presiding over the formation opened their eyes as if they were waking up from their slumber. Elders. Old Devil looked at each one to say, "Young Noble Li is here today to deal with the calamity. After he is done with this crisis, elders can return to the cleansing incense ancient sect. I have burdened everyone, forcing elders to watch over this place." Chapter 1145, Geezer Su. Among the elders here, there were brothers in the same generation as Old Devil as well as uncles who were older than him. Back then, they opened the seal only to find that the power within was not as simple as they expected. In the end, they had to stay here to guard this place. If they didn't do so, this entire area would turn into an evil land. At that time, not only would the cleansing incense ancient sect turn into ashes, the rest of this land would fall into ruin as well. It was everyone's fault. An ancestor gently sighed, "If we didn't agree and work together to open the seal, we wouldn't be in this situation today. It is not just your fault." Old Devil sighed as well. It was all due to greed back then. It ruined everything and almost ended the sect completely. Li Qie looked at them and commanded, "Mu Shouty can stay, the rest of you, leave." The elders glanced at each other. In fact, they didn't know Li Qie's true identity, so they looked at Old Devil instead. Old Devil nodded and said, "Elders can go, just leave this place to young Noble Li. When it is over, everyone can return to the sect." Old Devil was the greatest hope to become an immortal emperor. He had a very high position in the minds of these elders. The elders were a bit hesitant, but they still decided to eventually leave after hearing him. With their departure, Li Qie signaled to the benevolent saber within the imperial formation by waving his sleeve. With a clank, the saber slightly resonated with a hymn before flying into his hand. The other 2 weapons also followed and floated above his head. He gently stroked the blade afterward. It was flashing with a cold and dreadful glint capable of deterring others from approaching. Its tip could easily pierce a paragon's body. The saber kept on hymning as if it had seen its master. It looked like it recognized Li Qie. "Benevolent saber," Li Qie gently sighed while holding the blade. Back then, it was quite an undertaking for him to find a destiny true stone for Immortal Emperor Min Ren, eventually refining into this one-of-kind weapon. Clank. The saber returned to its scabbard. He then shifted his gaze towards the huge abyss and told Old Devil, "Open it, I want to see him." Old Devil hesitated and looked at Li Qie. "Your Excellency, don't we need to prepare a bit?" "Don't worry, I know what we're about to face." Li Qie slowly replied while staring at the pit. Old Devil took a deep breath and channeled all of his blood energy as universal laws emerged. The seal was opened at this time. The old man did not dare to be careless and readied himself for the worst. Clank, one could see a black energy floating around the pit as if there was boiling water inside. Boom! With a loud blast, this black energy surged into the sky in an endless and terrifying manner. It was a ferocious reverse waterfall. Buzz, a faint hum came about. Immortal Emperor laws appeared around the Imperial Foundation. Its power tried to stop this flood of boiling black energy. However, the black energy kept on spewing out. It would eventually fill the entire underground foundation. Even a more powerful foundation wouldn't be able to seal this torrential black energy. Ha ha ha, a shadow rushed out from the pit and laughed. Junior, you have finally given up. Be smart and scram from this place to avoid making a mistake. This shadow was engulfed in the black energy, making it seem as if it didn't have a body. It was made up entirely of this dark air and seemed to be able to control this form of energy. It looked quite burly and strong, resulting in a very vigorous and mighty presence. Despite being formed from the black energy that gave off a dark and ominous feeling, it had an innate majestic aura. No, I did not give up. I simply let you out today in order to end it all and obtain peace for this land. Old Devil shook his head. Li Qie laughed in response. You actually have a future? Even if I don't stop you, what are you going to do? Hee, I will definitely see the sun again and return to the 9 worlds. The shadow laughed imposingly. Li Qie looked down at him and said, Old geezer, you really think you can change back to the old you? The truth is that you will never be able to since you are already dead. I am undying. The shadow interrupted Li Qie with a roar. Fine, you are undying, then tell me, what do you consider yourself to be? Li Qie went on, you were dead after the tribulation back then. Everything about you turned into ashes. What was left? Only an abomination that is neither human nor ghost, a meaningless existence. Utter rubbish. The shadow shouted, quit your bullshit. I once reigned over the 9 worlds. I protected and saved the human race. When the tyrant came, only I rebelled and attacked him. I am the savior of the 9 worlds, the guardian of the human race. The shadow became more riled up as he spoke with increasing volume. By the end he was screaming. Li Qie silently stood there and watched the screaming shadow until he could finish venting. After screaming for a while, the shadow eventually calmed down and coldly spoke, in short, I will return to the 9 worlds again. That day will surely come. So what? Li Qie insipidly said, what can you bring to this world even if I let you out? Your power underground will turn this land evil. And have you ever thought of what will become of yourself? Chapter 1146, Indignation. The shadow became silent instead of screaming some more. Eventually, it coldly said, I can escape this worldly prison and turn this land into a paradise. I can soar to the 9 heavens again and re-establish my glory. As long as I can persevere, nothing can't be done, nothing is impossible. Li Qie emotionlessly countered, escape from this prison? Purify the land? How are you going to do that? You have everything right now, but it is only due to the underground power, yet you want to escape then purify it? Don't you know how hilarious that sounds? Without a doubt, you are thinking about building a pavilion in the sky, it is all talk. Li Qie replied, to tell the truth, I am not trying to criticize you on this matter. In fact, I am not qualified to make any criticism at all. A man is not a saint, so how can he always be righteous? Everyone has their own desires and ambitions. But since you made the choice, it doesn't matter how you turned into ashes or became this abomination, what are you resentful about? The tyrant? The damned villainous heavens? Or perhaps yourself? Honestly, I do not know what you are resenting. Since you made your choice, face it and the consequences that come with it, regardless of whether they are good or bad. The shadow replied, I have no resentment, I only want to see daylight once more. Do you think these words bear any weight? Li Qie smiled and said, truly ask yourself that question. Li Qie stared at him and continued, others do not know about the power here, but I do. It is a power that belongs to darkness and negativity. Why was it that the tyrant was so strong back then and capable of changing the tides of battle by himself? Why was it that you turned into ashes yet you are still alive? It is all because of this underground power. Li Qie exclaimed, the tyrant is violent and ambitious, which allowed him to rely on this power. But as for you, because of your resentment, it turned you into your current form, making you think that you are actually eternal. The shadow shouted, so what? So what if I resent? Am I not allowed to resent just because I'm opposing you? I won't deny that I had my own agenda when establishing the cleansing incense ancient sect here. I also wanted the thing underground, but I eventually gave up. Li Qie flatly said, I don't mind your feelings of resentment and indignation, but they will turn this land evil and kill all the living beings here, so it has become my problem. Chapter 1147, Apricot Vase. After hearing this, the shadow snorted in response. On what basis do you think I will turn this land evil and that I will destroy all living beings here? You know it to be true in your heart, but you are unwilling to admit it. Li Qie retorted, do you think you can control the power underground better than the tyrant back then? Before your death, you had a strong body and a firm will that allowed you to suppress this power underground. Li Qie explained, but now, you have nothing. You have given everything to this power. If you truly try to come out, how will you escape it or even try to purify it? How are you going to turn this land into a paradise? The shadow became quiet and did not answer. Because of this, I simply wanted to talk it out with you. Li Qie said, I don't want to fight and kill in this place. I'm too tired and bored to wonder whether I should seal or end you. I came today in hopes that you can realize this for yourself. Return to where you belong. The deepest recesses underground is your home, there's no need to come out again. Says who? The shadow disagreed, I will definitely rule the 9 worlds again. It seems that I have been wasting my breath this entire time. Li Qie interrupted him, I'm sick and tired of you now. After so many years, you still don't dare to face the consequences stemming from your own decision. You are not even comparable to your daughter. Her miserable fate and unimaginable suffering, it was all because of you. Even though she hated you, she didn't hold on to this resentment till this day and allowed bygones to be bygones with the passage of time. Stop, shut up. The shadow shouted after Su Yuha was brought up. It held its head and didn't want to listen any further, this was its inner demon. Outside of convincing you today, I also came with good news. Li Qie lightly said, I buried your daughter's remains in the most peaceful location. All of her obsessions are now gone. She has let go of her hatred, even what she felt toward the tyrant. In the future, she will be able to be reborn. Thus, she returned to leave behind an inheritance for the academy. After all, the academy was her home. She naturally wanted it to have a distant source and a long flow as it continued to flow down. So before leaving, she had to do something for the academy. During his stay at the sect, outside of teaching Li Xuanyan and the other girls, even Bu Lianxiang would come to him for advice sometimes. The truth was that in the present, he didn't really have anything to teach Bu Lianxiang. They rarely talked about cultivation. In her eyes, just snuggling with him was enough. But when they were together, they had a talk about her galaxy. She told him, you should take it and study it. It is a waste for me to keep it. No, you keep it. Li Qie gently tucked her hair back behind her ear and said in a serious manner, this is an item from your Bu clan. Your ancestors left it to you, so it belongs to you. But you will need it one day. She insisted, when you face it again in the future, you will need something even more powerful. I am different now compared to back during the ancient Ming era. I have even more powerful items, I am extremely prepared if the war comes in the future. This galaxy will be left with you. Bu Lianxiang turned quiet for a bit before tightly holding his hand. I don't know what I still have to leave you. There's no need to leave me with anything. Li Qie said, I am already very satisfied having reached this point in life. I have experienced and grasped everything I wanted. If the day comes when I die on the battlefield, I still won't have any regrets. Don't say such unlucky things. She quickly covered his mouth and became a bit flustered. Chapter 1148, Deepest Love. Li Qie held her hand and stared at her incomparably beautiful features, then smiled. Sometimes, I feel that the world is too far away. Why the need to travel so far? If possible, I want to stop and start a family. Perhaps this isn't a bad idea. Don't say that. Her fingers gently pressed on his hand as she spoke with a tone as soft as water. A man should be ambitious. Don't worry about me or other women, we are only your shackles. You should go further, to the end of the world. She stared at him deeply and gravely spoke, if I become something that impedes your path, then I shouldn't have appeared in your life. In fact, this should be the case for any woman that you have met. Li Chia chuckled and said, it jolts me when you put it that way. Am I heartless, or is it because of the circumstances? It is neither you or the circumstances. She said, in fact, I have never blamed you before. In this vast world, you have traveled for so many years. Even after suffering through countless hardships and troubles, you kept walking forward. Your life is at the end of the world, if you suddenly stop and give up. I don't care what you think, but at the very least, I feel that I would become a sinner if you did it for me. A sinner to the history of cultivation. Li Chia gripped her jade-like hand and stared at her wondrous eyes to say, although the years are endless, when you put it that way, how can I not persevere? She firmly said, many have gone and fallen on this path. Emperors, gods, and heroes all have become dried bones on their journey, but I believe that in this generation, only you will reach the end and discover a new world, an entirely new world. After the primordial chaos, it will be a world created by you. I got it. Li Chia became quiet. The path of cultivation was long and arduous. Like he had said before, Immortal Emperor was only the beginning. The journey of the emperors and gods towards the end was not easy, it was paved with countless bones. She gently spoke while still holding his hand, my only regret is not being able to accompany you to the end of the world. What a shame that I won't be able to see the most brilliant moment of your life. He looked at her and said, if you are willing, I can try again. I have a method to at the very least prolong your life for a very long time. No. She gently pressed her finger to his lips and quietly said, I won't hold you back. So what if you are able to let me live longer? There is a price for everything in this world. This is not my choice. I just want you to be able to go forward without any worries. She stared at him deeply before becoming more serious. I trust that in the last millions of years, I was not the only one who made this choice. Those who followed you and those who loved you must have made it as well. None of us wish to be the ones slowing you down on the path towards the Grand Tao. Her reply left Li Chia speechless with a difficult emotion in his heart. Eternal life is too far away, so giving up is not necessarily a bad thing. She gently caressed his face before continuing, on this path, no one can stay with you for one generation after another, no one can always share your pain and happiness. You need to rely on yourself and persist until the end. As for the others, they will slowly fade away with time. If someone else shackles you and causes you to stop, do you think that it would be worth it? No one else is worth anything on this path, understand? If you give up, you will no longer be you, no longer the teacher of immortal emperors that suppressed the 9 worlds, no longer the wily dark crow that could fool deities, no longer the man without fear. This path towards the Grand Tao is forever and a day. He gently sighed, not knowing what else to say. In this long trek, countless people had left him. There were those who could prolong their life but chose to let go. For some, eternal life was not a happy matter due to the great price that comes with it. He would send them off, and there were times when he even buried them personally. What else could he feel in his heart other than a sense of numbness from all of the partings? Don't worry about eternality, just appreciate that we had it once. She gently said while embracing his neck and gazing at him intimately, even though I can't leave behind any treasure for you, I can leave you an heir. After hearing this, Li Chia laughed and held her beautiful and exquisite chin to gently say, passing on my everything is not easy. I know. She gave a firm yet beautiful smile with the trace of a woman's shyness. Li Chia lowered his head to kiss her full, red lips. She closed her eyes and invited her lover while tightly hugging his neck. The mortal emperor world was peaceful while the cleansing incense ancient sect was thriving. It had re-established its kingdom after tens of thousands of years of decline, ushering in a new era of prosperity. Li Qie did not ask about the rebuilding of the kingdom. He cultivated in isolation with a focus on the space scripture, even more so than the physique and death scriptures. This was a long process. He eventually came out after a while to find Gu Taizhou coming to find him. Virtuous nephew, people from the sect master's home, the Su clan, are here. Gu Taizhou immediately spoke after seeing him. People from the Su clan? Li Qie's eyes slightly shifted after hearing this. The Su clan was far away and had never asked about mundane matters, but now, they were suddenly here? He inquired, did the sect master not come back? Gu Taizhou shook his head, no, the Su members came because she didn't return to the Su clan. He was a bit worried about this issue as well. It wasn't easy for the sect to have a capable and talented sect master. Gu Taizhou understood that Su Yonghuang could definitely lead the sect to a new golden age. If anything happened to her now, it would be a great blow to cleansing incense. Li Qie ordered, I understand, tell those people to come and meet me. Gu Taizhou acknowledged the command and immediately went to carry it out. The person from the Su clan who came to meet Li Qie was an old man. He was very scholarly and his demeanor slightly resembled Su Yonghuang's. I have heard of your thunderous fame. The old man came and cupped his fists together before slightly bowing. You must be the Su clan master. Li Qie glanced at him and immediately knew that he was Su Yonghuang's father. At this time, Gu Taizhou quietly left the room, leaving behind Li Qie and the old man. The old man sat down and got straight to the point. My daughter told me that if anything happens, I should come and see virtuous nephew. If there is anything I can do to help, let me know. Li Qie spoke while looking at the old man. He was very protective of the Su clan because he owed General Su back then. The old man pondered for a moment before speaking. My daughter has gone to the heaven spirit world. There has not been any news yet, so I am quite worried. Li Qie was slightly surprised as he replied, your Su clan opened the secret pathway. This is quite a rare occurrence. You know about it? The old man was shaken to hear this. Li Qie flatly said, not too many things can hide from me. Plus, the relationship between cleansing incense and the Su clan is quite good, so it shouldn't be strange for me to know a few things. The old man eventually nodded his head and said, yes, my Su clan has indeed opened the pathway, and she took it to get to the heaven spirit world. This secret pathway was a channel to pass the boundaries of the 9 worlds. The 9 worlds were currently separated, so it was quite difficult to go to the other worlds. Not even a god king would dare to attempt this. However, it was a different story if there was a secret pathway. The only problem was that in the contemporary, fewer than few lineages had such a pathway. Moreover, it required a large number of refined jades, a very expensive price to pay. Thus, even if the particular sect had enough immortal emperor refined jades, they were not necessarily willing to open one. Li Qie left such a pathway to the Su clan in the past so that they would have a venue of escape in case a real calamity befell them. So Su Yonghuang using this pathway to go to the heaven spirit world really surprised Li Qie. After all, this secret passage couldn't be used trivially. The expenditure of the refined jades was one thing, but more importantly, it could expose the coordinates of the Su clan's portal. Chapter 1149, Hidden Immortal Hall. At this point, Li Qie slightly frowned. He thought about something and looked over at the old man. Your Su clan wouldn't open this secret pathway unless a disaster fell upon you. Not too many things could necessitate this action. Could it be that some items in the ancient temple have gone missing? How does virtuous nephew know about this? The old man was shocked. Only members of their clan knew about these treasures. No outsiders should have been privy to this information. Nothing surprising. Li Qie continued, so your clan has truly lost them? The old man wryly coughed, well, yes. A few things happened back during our forefathers' generation. An ancestor in that period fell in love with a woman from the charming race at the heaven spirit world. Later on, due to various reasons, she was detained by her race, so my ancestor personally went to their world. Thus, he brought that item along. If the other party did not let her go, he would send that place back to the origin. After hearing this, Wuxia could faintly guess what happened. The old man smiled and continued, I heard that the ancestor talked to that race and said that he only wanted to marry her. No one knows what happened afterward. The ancestor who brought along the item was never seen or heard of again. The old man sighed at this point. In the successive generations, our clan sent various people to the heaven spirit world to try and find them, but we never found anything. The treasure disappeared from that point onward. But you lot recently obtained some news. Wuxia stared at the old man. The old man gently nodded. A few days ago, we finally received a response, so we summoned the family for a meeting. A bit later, my daughter insisted on going to the heaven spirit world, so we opened the secret pathway. With that, he looked over at Wuxia. Ever since she went to the heaven spirit world, there have been no new messages. It has been a while, so I'm worried that something might have happened to her. Right now, we still need to wait for a bit before we can open the pathway once more, so I came here to seek your assistance. I heard that you have another method to reach the other worlds. Wuxia replied, I understand, I will personally go to the heaven spirit world. Don't worry, I will bring the sect master home. Nothing would be better. The old man was very happy. He had heard of Wuxia's tales, so Wuxia was the perfect person for the job. He told the old man, just wait back at the Su clan for the good news. The ecstatic old man quickly bid his farewell. Wuxia looked into the distance in silence after the old man left. Heaven spirit world. There were a few things there that he didn't know how to face. After all is said and done, one has to pay everything back one day. Eventually, he withdrew his gaze and gently sighed, everything should end in this generation, both feuds and hatred. Old Xian went quiet and didn't respond for a while. Wuxia laughed, I know that this demand is a bit unreasonable and that it's not easy for you either. Old Xian spoke, Your Excellency knows that this item holds great significance to us. Another way to put it is that it is the only thing that protects our temple. He felt like begging at this moment. After all, this item was too important for the temple, far too important. Yes, I can feel it. Wuxia smiled, it is indeed not an easy matter. I didn't think that it was possible even back then, but you all succeeded. He went on, after so many years of refinement, you have finally polished this thing to perfection, allowing it to be used with ease. This is quite astonishing. However, don't you think this price was too heavy? In these years, you could have produced immortal emperors, but instead, all of your efforts went into this. Old Xian solemnly replied, which is why this lowly one hopes that this item can continue to protect War God Temple. I won't take your item for nothing. Wuxia chuckled, if you are willing to trade, I will let your temple benefit from the exchange. Old Xian didn't say anything. This long period of silence made his attitude apparent. So in the end, you still can't give up your beloved item. Wuxia was still cheerful. You should know that I have been quite protective of your temple since you all have done many things for me throughout the years. If it was some other lineage, I wouldn't need to trouble myself like this and would just take it by force. Earning your Excellency's grace is our honor. Old Xian was still respectful. I know you, old geezer, are strong and, with the addition of this thing, are quite confident. Wuxia smilingly said, but if I wanted to seize it, no one would be able to stop me, don't you think? Old Xian sighed and respectfully replied, no one can stop your Excellency. As long as you are willing, you can change the world. The old man was not completely clueless while he stayed in the chaos. He had heard of recent events. Not to mention how frightening Wuxia was, just South Emperor, the Middle Continent Princess, and Ma Gu alone were enough to shake their temple. If it really reached that point, even he couldn't protect War God Temple. Chapter 1150, Old Xian's decision. Wuxia spoke while sitting in his chair and staring at the chaos. as long as you take out that item, I will not mistreat your temple. I shall satisfy your requests. Old Xian pondered for a bit before sighing. If your excellency needs it, how could we not give it to you? Very good. Li Qie gently nodded. This is the war god temple for you, wise and always making the correct choice. Old Xian didn't say anything. He could only lament the fact that, since the start of time, there were only things that the Dark Crow wanted and nothing that he couldn't have. Plus, Li Qie was not taking their item without giving anything in return. An exchange was the best result for the temple. Your Excellency, this lowly one is still confused. Old Xian asked, with your invincible capabilities, who in the 9 worlds could oppose you? Why do you need our item? You are aware of the item's origin. Li Qie smiled. Yes, I don't need to borrow it just to sweep through the 9 worlds. However, if I need to open a path up there, then I must have it. Your Excellency wants to go there again. Old Xian's heart started beating faster. He had heard of this legend from War God Mu before. Li Qie slowly replied, yes, it's time to end it in this generation. Old Xian was aghast inside the chaos. He murmured, Your Excellency wants to raise the banner again? This little one knows very little, but I have heard Immortal Emperor Bingyu talk about it before. She said that you staged an expedition once, is that true? It is a path of no return. This applies to everyone, and I wasn't the only one who started one before. Li Qie flatly stated, many have tried to do so across the eons, this path is paved with many bones. Old Xian was quite shaken. Thousands of thoughts ran rampant in his mind in a split second. Old Xian asked, Your Excellency, I have heard a few legends about this matter. Is it true that some people can take advantage of this and go up as well? Can it really be done? Are you talking about the illegal crossing? Li Qie laughed and replied, yes, it is true, but you need an immortal emperor to preside over the whole process. The success rate is not very good even with an emperor. Deaths will surely happen. There is no rebuilding without breaking. Old Xian sighed in the chaos. The War God Temple is still immersed in the glory of the previous generations. It is thriving due to the shelter of old prestige. If our old selves are still here, the temple won't be able to truly prosper. As long as we are still alive, the younger disciples will live comfortably with no sense of crisis. At the same time, we are wasting a lot of the temple's resources. This is robbing the youths. He lamented with regret. Though the temple rarely involved itself with the world, it was indeed very powerful, not weaker than any other imperial lineage. Otherwise, it wouldn't have stood strong for so many millions of years. However, its power was not built on the foundation of a rising younger generation. Unlike other imperial lineages, it didn't have new immortal emperors that would bring fresh blood for the sect. The main reason for its strength was due to its establishment in a brilliant era. This left behind an astonishing legacy in resources for the temple, including many mighty ancestors. Having powerful ancestors was not a bad thing for a sect. After all, this was part of their strength. However, it was not necessarily a plus either. Aside from their existence hampering the motivation of the younger generation, they also consumed a lot of resources from either life prolongment or blood energy enrichment. It was just like old Xian said, this was robbing from the younger generation. Li Qie responded insipidly, your temple has adhered to old ideas for too long and should have had a reformation long ago. For instance, there were many good opportunities back then, yet you failed to grasp them. You actually sent out a great seed for an immortal emperor. If I knew that this was going to happen, would have trained little Bingyu myself. Old Xian didn't dare to comment after being scolded by Li Qie. To the ancestors of the temple, they regretted gifting an immortal emperor to someone else the most. If they kept the young immortal emperor Bingyu, perhaps they would have broken this stagnation and brought some fresh blood to the temple. Unfortunately, they failed to do a good job. In the end, the proud emperor left the temple. In fact, Li Qie had scolded them in the past about this matter before, since he also lost the chance to train immortal emperor Bingyu. There was no chance for them to reconcile because the emperor was a proud person. She would never come back after leaving. Your Excellency's criticism is just, our temple has indeed festered. Old Xian sighed again and openly admitted their mistake that year. The group respectfully answered, "Rest assured, first brother, we will follow first sister and lead cleansing incense to a new glory." Su Pei began, "First brother, the sect master, to tell the truth, this was not the time to choose a new successor because the sect master was still very young. The sect master has her own path." He gently waved his sleeve, "The responsibility lies on your shoulders in the future. Work hard." The group didn't dare to question the decision any further and bowed. Li Qia's eyes then shifted towards Tu Buyu, "Brother Tu, they are still young and the path is very long. They will need your guidance and support in the future, so I promote you to being the sect guardian. I dare not decline first brother's request. I will definitely do everything possible to contribute to cleansing incense." Tu Buyu prostrated on the ground and responded resoundingly. He was much more experienced than Su Pei's group. In fact, if it wasn't for his age, he would have been suitable for the position of sect master. However, taking into account his personality as well, a role behind the scenes was more fitting. Eventually, Li Qie nodded his head and said, "Okay, all of you can go now. I need to talk to the elders." The majority of the group left. The only one to linger behind was Nan Huiran. He deliberately stayed a few steps behind. Li Qie glanced at him and asked, "Huiran, do you have something to say?" In the past, Nan Huiran was the first to follow him, so today, Nan Huiran was still the one closest to him among the group. "First brother, do you want to leave?" He stared at Li Qie with a sad gaze. Chapter 1152. Setting out. Li Qie smiled after hearing Nan Huiran. "That day will come eventually. When it is time to leave, I'll have to leave." Nan Huiran looked at him and asked, "Will you return?" His heart was full of gratitude. Everything he had today was thanks to Li Qie. Without Li Qie, there would be no him of today, and the same could be said for the current cleansing incense ancient sect. The path towards the Grand Tao is endless. If fate allows, we will meet again. Li Qie gently patted his shoulder and said, "Huiran, one cannot deny your cleverness and good nature, but you are very non-committal and prone to giving up. Cultivation requires perseverance. It is a very lonely path, so if you can work on your Tao heart, you will be able to show your worth in the future and go even further." Li Qie did not pass anything down to him. Huiran had already cultivated merit laws from cleansing incense, so Li Qie only wanted to point out the failings in his character. With regards to talents, he was worse than Luo Fenghua and Su Pei. Although his quick mind made him good at reading people, it was not something that could help his cultivation. "I will remember first brother's words very well and will certainly re-evaluate myself." Nan Huiran bowed. If other people told him this, he wouldn't have listened due to his personality, but he would firmly memorize Li Qie's words. Li Qie smilingly said, "Go. Men are ambitious and their hearts will always drift to faraway realms. There will be goodbyes, so there's no need to be sad. First brother, take care." Nan Huiran fixed his robes and bowed respectfully once more. Even though he knew that his first brother might not be leaving right away, his departure was inevitable. Perhaps on that day, he wouldn't have the chance to say goodbye. Li Qie sighed after the boy left. Through the long years, this type of farewell had happened so many times that he had grown used to it. There was nothing he could do. Like Bu Lianxiang had said previously, nothing in this world could bar his path. No one would be able to slow him down. He would always walk forward with courage. Even Qian Suyun couldn't stop him from going on this path of no return, no regrets and no faltering. The only thing he needed to do was reach the end of the world. Very soon afterward, he publicly announced his will to designate Su Pei as the next successor to the rest of the sect. All echelons of the sect were surprised by this declaration. They all had the same thoughts: the sect master was still young and Li Qie was the current successor. Thus, they didn't understand why he suddenly made this decision. Many disciples were lost and didn't know what was going on. However, at cleansing incense, Li Qia's will was absolute. Among both young and old, no one's words carried more weight than his right now. He had absolute authority and absolute status in the minds of the disciples, so his will would be carried out. If, say, Su Yonghuang was the one appointing the next successor, many disciples would be convinced of her choice, but not all of them. This was not the case for Li Qia. No one would feel that something was wrong or voice their objection to his decision. They would only show obedience and thoroughly execute his orders. Although the younger disciples were still fairly confused, some older people like Gu Taizhou, who had always been supportive of Li Qia, realized something. A true dragon will eventually take off one day. Gu Taizhou sighed, it will soar to the 9 heavens and leave its home. He understood that cleansing incense was too small a pond for Li Qia. There was no way he would stay here forever. In fact, he knew that it was not just Li Qia. Su Yonghuang, Li Shuangyan, and Shen Baojiao couldn't possibly stay here for the rest of their lives either. They were destined to loom over the 9 worlds, for this was their real pursuit. After making proper arrangements, Li Qia was ready to leave for the heaven spirit world, but before it was time for his departure, he met up with Bulianxiang. I should get going. He looked at her and said, outside of finding the sect master, I also have to conclude a few things during this trip to the heaven spirit world. She held his hand and said in a serious manner, everything needs an end. I hope that you can walk without any burdens or worries in the future. Li Qia smiled and stared at the beauty before him. When I come back, it'll be just the right time to marry you. This is what I wanted to hear the most in this life. I'm already satisfied just hearing you say it. She caressed his cheeks and softly continued, but I can't marry you. Even if we were to get married, I can't follow you forever. No matter what world you are staying at in the future, or if you have opened up an entirely new world, I don't want to see the position behind you being empty. She continued, someone will take up the position of Imperial Queen. A person full of life and intelligence who can accompany you to the very end. She will always support you unconditionally. Because of you, she can tolerate and pardon the entire world. She shall plan everything for you as well. At the same time, she is also the person who will trust you the most regardless of the circumstances. She will always be your uncompromising cornerstone. But most importantly, she must be capable, with enough strength and experience to suppress your followers and command respect out of them. Bulianxiang concluded with this phrase, only such a woman can be your wife and assume the position of Imperial Queen. Her eyes were resolute after making her statement. Li Qia hugged her tightly and softly said, I understand. It is a true pity that you weren't born in this generation. She embraced her lover back and declared in a gentle yet firm tone, There will be a woman like that, yes. Li Qia's heart was quite heavy as he held her in his arms. I won't send you off too far, as I'll preside over cleansing incense in your place. She spoke, you are the soaring sect's enemy, it will return one day. But if Ma Gu and I are here, the sect won't dare to do anything. Go to the heaven spirit world with peace of mind, I'll wait for your return. He gave her a deep and passionate kiss as if they were about to melt into one. The girls went to see him off. After seeing them, Li Qia smilingly said, even if you see a friend off for 1,000 miles, you will still have to part in the end. Go back now and train well. I hope to see improvements in your immortal physiques before we go up there. Li Shuangyan and Shen Baojiao both gave him a deep hug and said, young master, be careful. Even Bai Jianjun gave him a hug without saying anything. She stayed true to her personality. Li Qia looked at her and gently brushed the hair from her forehead while speaking in a serious tone, I don't doubt your talents. In fact, no one in the contemporary is your match with regards to the Tao of the sword. Your talents are worthy of pride. Bai Jianjun remained silent like a sword that had yet to leave its scabbard. The thing I find insufficient in you is your unwillingness to let go. Li Qia continued, the sword is not a cold weapon. In fact, after embarking on this path, you should try and feel it. The sword and its Tao both have emotions, it is not just a tool for murder. He paused for a bit before explaining, If, say, you only consider it as a weapon and a cultivation path, then even when you stand at the peak, you won't be able to break through the real limit. Beyond the peak and the limit is a vaster grand Tao. Beyond the limit? Her eyes came together with an incredible glint. Yes, beyond the limit. He added, this path can actually go very far. For millions of years, very few immortal emperors could devote their entire life to one weapon to reach the Tao and became the ultimate bearer of the heaven's will. It could be said that your patriarch, Immortal Emperor Yi Ti, was almost one of them. He went on, however, I want you to understand that the path he took is not your path. That path becomes increasingly narrow and, in the end, not to mention surpassing him, I'm afraid you will find it difficult to even reach his level. Bai Jinjin wasn't the only one listening closely, the other girls paid great attention as well. They knew that these were the fundamentals of the Grand Tao. He was urging her on in order to reveal a path for her, a path that she had not previously seen so that she could embark on the true path towards the Grand Tao. Chapter 1153, Parting. Li Qie teased by playing with her hair, but his tone was very serious. I'm not belittling your patriarch's Grand Tao, but you won't be able to walk down his path. He severed his 7 emotions and 6 desires as well as all ties with the mundane world. Furthermore, he cut off everything about himself to embark on an emotionless and cruel path. Traveling alone in this world, this was his choice. Li Qie slowly explained, even though he actually became an immortal emperor in the end, he lost too many things in his life. Moreover, he also hurt those close to him, his lovers and those who he loved. Bai Jinjin was quiet. She began cultivating the Tao of the sword at a young age, so she naturally understood the sword Tao back at her sacred ground. He patiently went on, your mad sword has broken through and stems from your sacred ground's Tao. As for your Buddhist sword, it is slowly melting the negative emotions from your Tao while shaping it into a righteous path of kings. He gave her a serious glance at this point and solemnly spoke, but you still haven't done enough. Your heart and sword still haven't opened. They cannot accept something even greater. Only when you open your heart will you understand that there are things other than the sword. It doesn't stop at coldness and violence. He reminded her one last time, remember that the sword is more than a weapon or a tool for killing. It has emotions, so you have to feel it with your own emotions in order to truly sense its existence. Bai Jinjin took a deep breath and bowed respectfully. I will engrave your advice into my mind and carefully comprehend them. I know you can do it or I wouldn't have picked you. Li Qie chuckled and nodded his head. She had one more thing to say, but she was hesitant. Li Qie noticed this and told her, go ahead, say what you want. Since you are staying with me, it means that you are one of us, so there's no need to be so reserved. She eventually asked, what happened to our patriarch? Li Qie had brought up this topic before and revealed that Immortal Emperor Yi Ti's end was not very good. This problem had been weighing on her mind. After all, he was the sword god Sacred Ground's patriarch and also their immortal emperor. He smiled while looking at her, it is not that I don't want to tell you, but the time isn't right. Once you step onto a righteous path befitting a sword king with a Tao that belongs to you, I will tell you then. After all, I don't know what kind of effect it will have on your Tao heart. Don't worry, when that day comes, I'll tell you even if you don't ask me. After hearing this, she gently nodded without pursuing the matter any further. Going on the wrong path can devastate others, but it will also hurt the user. Li Qie explained, you need the Tao alone. Search with passion and comprehend the sword. With this, you will be able to break through the limit of the sword Tao and open an unprecedented path meant for you alone. She took meticulous care to savor each of his words. Meanwhile, gazing at her demeanor, Li Qie was also secretly approving after knowing that she wouldn't follow the footsteps of her patriarch. As an emperor, Immortal Emperor Yi Ti was a hot topic for debate, but at the same time, no one really wanted to talk about his ultimate fate. Boss, wait a bit, this lowly one is here to see you off. At the time of parting, a loud body shouted out and rushed over with extreme speed. It was Little Autumn. While glittering with a golden light, it rushed through the sky like a golden ray. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Li Qie and unhappily shouted, "Boss, you don't care for my feelings at all. If you were going to leave, you should have told me. This really hurts my cute little heart." Little Autumn's frolicking appearance made the girls laugh. They knew that nothing good would come from its antics. Li Qie gave it a quick glance and said, "Don't waste my time, fart if you have to." Little Autumn laughed happily and said, "Boss, I heard you want to go to the Heaven Spirit World. It is a vast watery world with the Skyvault Bone Sea. Then there is the Lost God-Halt continent as well as many gentle and tender beauties. Okay, there's no need to be so poetic. Play nice and stay here, don't even think about going to the Heaven Spirit World." Li Qie interrupted it before it could continue. Its expression immediately turned bitter and it spoke as if it had been wronged. "Boss, you can't treat me like this. This lowly one is your loyal dog. I have to follow you wherever you go in order to serve you to the best of my abilities." Li Qie glared at it instead. "Stop your blabbering. How is your cultivation of the space scripture going?" Little Autumn abruptly choked and coughed awkwardly. A little bit of harvest, not bad at all. Of course, it is nothing compared to Boss. You are the most brilliant genius. In the 9 heavens and 10 earths across all the seasons of the eons, no one can." The girls chuckled amusingly while watching Little Autumn. The truth was that with regards to space, the worm had an unparalleled advantage. However, this fellow was not trustworthy at all. It treated cultivation like playing. If it actually practiced hard, it probably would have evolved already. "You're thinking about going to that distant place in the future with your meager cultivation?" Li Qie gave off a glare. "Well, yes," it smiled awkwardly. Li Qie flatly said, "Then train hard or you won't be qualified to go since you are so weak." What is the space scripture? One of the 9 grand heavenly scriptures. Others dream of having just one word or one phrase from the scripture, but now, you have the entire book yet you are not treating it seriously. You are wasting a God-sent opportunity. Little Autumn obediently lowered its head after being scolded like this. Buzz, Li Qie pierced one arm into the void. With a buzz, the space in front of him seemed to melt away. A lake-like mirror emerged before him. With the channeling of his law, the mirror slowly unraveled and revealed a bottomless dimensional space. No way, deep dimensional space. Little Autumn was horrified and took several steps back. It was a spatial master, so it naturally understood the significance of a deep dimensional space. This belonged to the level of eternal banishment. Once exiled into this type of space, it would be extremely difficult to return. Although there were many emperor laws with the power of banishment, they were only capable of exiling someone to a shallow dimensional space. Even a god king could easily make their way back. However, the deeper dimensions were different. Once banished to these deeper levels, very few could come back alive. They needed to be unimaginably powerful or extremely adept at spatial construction. Otherwise, it would be impossible to find their way back. The worm knew that it wasn't looking good at this moment and turned around to flee. However, it was instantly caught by Li Qie. Little Autumn cried out, "Boss, you can't treat me like this. This is a deep dimensional space. It is a horrific place. You are playing with my life if you throw me in there." It didn't want to face a realm of this level. Li Qie coldly glanced at it and said, "How can we squeeze out your potential without sufficient pressure? If you can't make your way back, then stay in there forever." With that, he threw Little Autumn inside. "Boss, you are too cruel," it wailed miserably before disappearing into the deep dimensional space. Clang, clang, clank. The sound of laws rang about. Li Qie didn't only banish him into deep space, he also sealed this dimension. In this way, it would be even more difficult for Little Autumn to come back unless he could comprehend the mysteries of the space scripture. The girls actually laughed again after seeing the fate of Little Autumn. This guy was done for sure this time. Being trapped in a deep dimensional space was absolutely maddening. However, they also understood that it would not make any progress without motivation. thus wasting its race's great potential. Okay, all of you can return. I have to leave. Li Qie bade farewell to the girls and pointed forward. Buzz. A formation appeared while the spatial coordinates began to shift. Next, a huge celestial array emerged. Li Qie pointed at a particular coordinate. The formation activated and turned into a door with starry lights pulsing everywhere. He entered the door and immediately crossed through space and time. This was one of the mysticisms of the space scripture. It could allow one to teleport across any space and time without needing any refined jades. In other words, as long as the user was strong enough, they could go to any location by virtue of their abilities. Chapter 1154, Great Maelstrom. Endless stars in the sky illuminated the world like diamonds. Each of them was beautiful and moving, especially their twinkling starlight that caused one's heart to throb. Deep in the recesses of the sky was a floating platform. This great platform had withered without any brilliance left. There were no boundaries or visual coordinates. This was the door of the mortal emperor world that led to the paths towards the other worlds. This place used to be quite prosperous with many cultivators coming and going. Back then, intercommunication between the 9 worlds was a normal occurrence. Unfortunately, the battle between the Emperor and the Dragon King tore the heavens will apart. This closed off the world boundaries and severed the connections of the 9 worlds. From then on, this pathway was abandoned until no one in the mortal Emperor world came here anymore. Only God Kings would come here to recklessly try to open the pathway. Li Qie crossed through space and appeared on top of the platform before the desolate door. His eyes peered at the yellow stains. In order to reach the heaven spirit world, he still needed to borrow this door because the current boundaries had all been sealed. He was not strong to the point where he could stabilize a portal and forcefully cross the world boundaries by himself. Thus, this door was the stabilizing factor he needed before crossing the world boundary to his destination. He placed his palm on the door. With a buzz, the Dao portal emerged with the image of the world boundary. Inside were many different coordinates. He locked onto one of these coordinates and, with a loud blast, he crazily released all of his energy into the sky like a flood breaking through a dam or an awakened monstrosity. Whoosh! The Dao portal trembled under his power. He melted the boundary that resembled the surface of a lake and opened another portal. This was a method of forcefully passing through the wall. It would take him into a chaotic spacetime. One misstep in such a situation would leave him stranded forever. Li Qie's current strength did not necessarily allow him to travel worlds. However, his cultivation of the space scripture changed the story. He had absolute confidence in space right now. If he couldn't do it, no one else could. No person or thing in this world had more knowledge of space than this scripture. It contained all the mysteries of space. Even though he did not reach the apex in its study, he had grasped enough of the fundamentals regarding spatial travel. He wanted to do this by himself instead of getting help from Magu, Bulianxiang, or the realm god. The reason was very simple. His destination was a place full of mysteries and danger. The truth was that he had one speculation about that place, but he was not completely sure since there was an item there that he had never managed to obtain before. This was a very bold decision that stemmed from a completely new conjecture that he came up with after finding the ancient Void Rune and Heavenly Tao's primal chapter. It was a completely new idea. No one could help him in this matter because no one had ever obtained both of these items at one time. But now, Li Qie had both of them. At this moment, the boundary wall melted and seemingly pierced through the mortal emperor world. The coordinates on the other side slowly emerged. In a split second, he locked onto one of the coordinates. It was so convoluted that no one could figure out its location. Buzz, he didn't hesitate after successfully determining the destination. The 2 coordinates immediately connected to each other to link the mortal emperor and heaven spirit worlds. He stepped into the Dao portal to instantly cross the boundary wall for the heaven spirit world. He found himself in a realm where different dimensions were intertwining with continually shifting images. They changed far too quickly, so quickly that it would make others think that this was either a dream or an illusion. These images varied by quite a bit. Some were shattered palaces and citadels, while others were of gigantic floating bodies and mountains made out of bones. Sometimes, a peaceful world was found as well. They were quite bizarre and frightening. In fact, for millions of years, the many powerful existences forcing their way through these boundaries would all see similar images. Different explanations were given for these scenes, but no one was truly certain which was correct. Some assumed that they were only illusions and not real. Li Qie saw several images and gently sighed. Who actually knows how long time has been flowing? Countless ages turned into smoke with nothing left before being destroyed only to be rebuilt again. He didn't stop at all after his comment and continued to cross the spatial field. Rumble. Deafening blasts echoed. The entire world seemed incredibly insignificant before the magnitude of these blasts. Everything was tiny in front of the giant maelstrom in the heaven spirit world. Nothing could reach the apex. Even gods would have to stop, and God King's expressions would change in here. The maelstrom resembled an ancient beast opening its jaws, a beast capable of devouring the sky and all other existences. Even time and space would be victims. This maelstrom was the largest one in the heaven spirit world. Its size was beyond imagination. Endless miles of oceans were orbiting it. Regardless of how vast this world was, it couldn't escape this maelstrom. A continent would instantly be ripped into pieces the moment it made contact with this vortex. Only powdery specks would be left behind. If one could fly to the highest part of the maelstrom, they would find an incredible scene, a power of suction that devoured everything. If the sky wasn't high enough, it would be dragged down and swallowed as well. People would feel their legs give in if they could see the full picture of this maelstrom. None outside of immortal emperors, even the most invincible of god kings, would dare to venture deeper. Endless seas surged wildly in this region. The waters churned at crazy speeds before eventually entering the bottomless black hole. The entire process was astonishing. Nothing could stop more sea water from pouring into the whirlpool. This was a taboo location in the heaven spirit world. Very few people knew what was at the bottom. It could even be an entirely new world. At the same time, a figure appeared on the distant horizon, falling with great speed. The mighty suction of the maelstrom frantically pulled him down towards the terrifying whirlpool. Even a god king wouldn't be able to withstand this force, let alone other people. It was Li Qie that was falling down. With a casual point of his finger, a door appeared below him with a buzz. In a split second, he crossed through space to avoid the absorption force of the maelstrom. He re-emerged on the left only to be met with the same force, but this gave him ample time to prepare. Boom! A resplendent break interrupted the power of the maelstrom. It was a blow that could surprise even immortal emperors and suppress this world. Its name was the Pentadeo Timeless Seal. It became the most powerful defensive barrier for Li Qie. He was no longer affected by the suction force. He reached out with one hand again, a new door emerged. He stomped on it and emerged on the opposite side. He repeated this process to appear to his upper right. Opening new doors and changing his position, just like this, he continued to escape the suction of the maelstrom. His shifting was completely different from just jumping from one location to another. To be exact, he was shifting from one space to another. He used the mysteries of the space scripture to make tiny changes to his own spatial location. Each step was extremely accurate without the slightest mistake, everything was under his control. Chapter 1155, Secret of the Maelstrom's Depths. After reaching a certain depth inside the maelstrom, everything here was torn apart. Even time and space became fragmented into small parts. Any intruder would find themselves being bitten by this terrifying force. They wouldn't come out even if they wanted to due to the disorderly nature of the fabric of realities in this place. For example, taking one step forward should be a frontal movement. However, in this place, it could shift their position backward instead because the space ahead would be ripped into a different location. Even if a god king could withstand the power of the maelstrom, they wouldn't be able to break through to the center due to the distorted space. Li Qiye relied on the space scripture's property of controlling space to amend his next step to cross through a tiny space with pinpoint accuracy. Teleportation, shifting, dimensional control, and banishment were all parts of the scripture. After many corrections, Li Qiye finally found the most precise space and used the Pentadeo timeless seal to escape the maelstrom's power. He then opened his fate palaces. The world seal floated above his head while he took out a bronze chest. This was the item he obtained from the underground world at the top of the bronze giant. Buzz! The tree, cauldron, pillar, and spring of life all emerged. Rumble! Under his channeling, the Heavenly Tao's primal chapter inside the Cauldron of Life as well as the ancient void rune on top of the Pillar of Life appeared. Li Qiye cried out, "Open!" All four essential symbols erupted. The pillar turned humongous and opened up a new world, the cauldron flew into the sky and poured down endless flames, the spring emerged from the ground and spewed out a majestic life force. As for the Tree of Life, it kept on shaking while emitting a boundless life power to stop the power of the maelstrom. A pure power of life engulfed him in the sky. With incessant explosions, the ancient void rune turned into a massive sea of lightning under the empowerment of the life force. This sea of lightning could destroy everything in this world. Monstrous lightning bolts pulsed in the vicinity while thunder crazily struck from above. These were bolts capable of blowing up everything in this world. At the same time, the Heavenly Tao's primal chapter also turned into a majestic pond of the Tao. Everything became meaningless and inadequate before it. This was the beginning of all grand Tao and mysticisms. Just a few small runes from here could refine everything while a single Tao law could penetrate all things. This was the ultimate power, the pinnacle mystery of the grand Tao. Go! He roared and used his willpower to maintain the lightning pond and Tao pond. With deafening blasts, both of these aquatic creations fiercely penetrated the center of the maelstrom which even emperors had to tread carefully. The great explosions rendered Li Qiye unable to see the chapter and rune, but he was not in a rush. No one understood these secrets more than him. Bang! Without any warning, a loud bang shook not only the maelstrom but the entire heaven spirit world. In the blink of an eye, it seemed that something at the depths of the maelstrom was being ruthlessly pulled out, perhaps it was even the heart of the heaven spirit world. The entire world could feel this great change. What's going on? All the creatures in this world were dazed and didn't know what was happening. Success! Li Qiye could sense this change the best inside the maelstrom. While the earth was shaking due to this great disturbance, Li Qiye knew that he had done it. Li Qiye smiled and murmured, "So it really was here. Spending so many generations was completely worth it." His previous speculation was confirmed by the Tao chapter and ancient rune. Rumble. More explosions echoed in the sky. The lightning sea and Tao pond flew out of the maelstrom's depths while dragging something out. Eventually, they flew above Li Qiye's head so that people could clearly see what the item was. No one would believe such a scene because both of these amalgamations pulled out a single drop of water. Spending so much effort and risking his life only to pull out one drop of water, who would believe such a thing? Li Qiye happily used the water from his spring of life to sweep over the water bead, bringing it inside his spring. Roar! A monstrous roar resounded, a roar that resonated across the entire heaven spirit world. All living beings in this realm could hear it clearly. The Great Maelstrom? Something is going on. Ancient characters were murmuring to each other in shock. So the day has finally come. The charming spirit race had the most intense reaction. The old existences of this race were all aghast. Rumble. Something else within the depths of the maelstrom wanted to rush out. It shook the entire area with a loud thump. Come, it is time for this boss to take action. Li Qiye laughed in the face of this power that could quake the entire maelstrom. The world seal above his head emitted a boundless light of death that illuminated the entire area. ZZZ, the whole maelstrom, including the surging seawater and the power of the maelstrom, was petrified by this death ray that shone through everything. Time and space themselves were frozen as well. Besides Li Chia, everything in this place was petrified. Era Petrification Ray. This was the technique hidden at the farthest location of the drystone courtyard that he had copied. He paid a huge price, but this Era Petrification Ray was enough to show that his harvest was simply incredible. Nothing could escape the shine of this ray. Everything turned to stone, just like the drystone courtyard. Whatever you may be, don't mess with me. Destroy it. Li Chia sneered at the petrified maelstrom. He then took out the bronze box from his chest. Boom! The moment he opened the lock, the box shot out a boundless bronze light. The moment this light engulfed everything, loud explosions detonated. Everything was destroyed by the impact of this light regardless of what they might be. All of the elements and fundamental pillars of creation were annihilated. Even that existence down at the abyss of the maelstrom was annihilated by this bronze light. Eventually, the light reached the ultimate depth and unleashed a terrifying destructive force. At this moment, everything went back to normal. The seawater ran continuously and the power of the maelstrom returned to tear this area apart once more. It was as if nothing had happened just now. Bang! Right when Li Chia was heaving a sigh of relief, a pillar of water from the abyss of the maelstrom shot into the sky. It might just be a water beam, but it carried unlimited power. It rushed forward with the greatest speed and power this world had ever seen. Oh mommy, I was asking for it. Li Chia was shaken by this water pillar rising to the sky. He knew that he overdid his attack from before since it reached all the way to the deepest location. This was the backlash for his actions. This water pillar seemed to have been compressed by the maelstrom for billions of years. No one could stop its impact, it was too mighty. Bang! Even under the effect of the Pentadeo timeless seal, both Li Chia and the Pentagate were immediately blown away flying. The ultimate form of the Pentagate couldn't withstand the power of this water pillar, so Li Chia, inside its defensive barrier, wasn't feeling any better. His body was seemingly falling apart from the impact. Without the protection of the timeless seal, Li Chia would have turned into ashes before the water pillar even struck him. Even a more powerful body wouldn't be able to withstand this kind of attack. In the blink of an eye, he was blown into the horizon. His body turned into a meteor that streaked across the sky and disappeared. Chapter 1156. The beginning at the Heaven Spirit World. The Heaven Spirit World was an aquatic realm. Magnificent oceans spanned as far as the eye could see. In distant years, there was a popular phrase, "Come to the Heaven Spirit World if you want to see the ocean." This phrase accurately summed up the Heaven Spirit World. No other oceans in the 9 worlds were as grand as those found here. One couldn't escape water in this world. Tidal waves surged to the sky while undersea craters spanning endless miles existed as well. Plenty of spirit stones refined by the oceans were scattered about. Come to the Heaven Spirit World and one would be able to see scenes that they had never seen before. For example, one part of the ocean was split in the middle, leaving water pouring down from both sides. Another site was where the ocean's water was refined into huge pillars. They propped islands up to the sky so the islands looked like they were hovering in the air. One more common sight was the ocean being split into different roads. These aquatic roads were refined into stones, allowing people to travel in any direction. It was a world of unimaginable scenes. Very few continents could be found here, but there were many mountain ranges. Most of the land was created by the refinement of water, turning liquid into solid forms. Great coral reefs were around as well, with great trees sticking out from the water. These reefs and plants grew at the bottom of the sea. They formed many forests, the habitat for countless creatures. There were 3 main oceans and 1 continent in this world. The 3 oceans were the Abyss Sea, the Jade Sea, and the Dragon Demon Sea. The continent was named God Halt, the only one in this world. Even though there were other land masses, they were not continents. God Halt was the only true continent and was great in size. However, not too many living beings were willing to live on the God Halt continent as there weren't many sects and nations established there. Just the name alone was enough for people to understand. this was a place where even gods had to slow their pace. How suitable could a place with a name like this be for building a happy home? In this world, if the Abyss Sea was the most majestic and bizarre, then the Jade Sea was the most charming and magnificent with its blue sky and water. Many people liked such an enchanting location. As for this world's inhabitants, there were three main races: the charming spirit race, Treants, and the sea demon race. The Treants and sea demon race were existences only found in the heaven spirit world, and they would only live here as well. In the present times, the stronger the lineage was, the better the method they had to measure one's bloodline. This was true for both charming spirit and Treant lineages. The test took place on a high platform with a powerful array surrounding it. The surfaces were created from refined jades. Only people with powerful bloodlines would be able to pass through these jade surfaces. The number of surfaces passed was the measurement of one's bloodline. Today, the final result of the examination was determined. A very stout young man had crossed through more than 30 surfaces of refined jades to become the winner. He stood on the platform and raised his arms while shouting in excitement, "Who else wants to take on this challenge?" This muscular young man had golden hair just like a lion, while his blood energy was quite pure. This meant that his bloodline was both powerful and pure, a truly incomparable human bloodline. The elders from Golden Isle nodded in satisfaction after seeing this. The bloodline examination in this place had a total of 108 surfaces and could be said to be the most complete testing ground in the world. Until now, no one had ever been able to pass through all of these surfaces, but if someone could, then it meant that their bloodline was absolutely matchless. In this day and age, a human bloodline that could penetrate through 30 surfaces was already quite exceptional. After all, the 9 worlds had been closed off from each other for a good 30,000 years. No new blood had been added to the heaven spirit world, so the human race's bloodline was on a decline. Anyone? Anyone dares to take on this challenge? The youth stood there and flexed to show off his muscles while shouting. In his eyes, becoming the groom of Golden Isle was the same as a carp turning into a dragon. He would become a big shot overnight. Swoosh! At this time, a figure suddenly flashed through the sky from the distant horizon. Before anyone knew what was going on, this figure slammed into the youth on the platform with a loud bang and made his blood jet out. After crashing into the youth, this figure kept on going. Boom! 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 The figure instantly smashed through the 108 jade surfaces on the platform. Boom! When this figure went through all the surfaces, the entire array activated and a powerful ray suddenly enveloped them. The formation here was stimulated by this powerful bloodline and began to emit endless Dao runes. The Dao runes surrounded this figure as if they wanted to analyze their bloodline and origin. Chapter 1157, Golden Isle. This sudden development stunned everyone in the crowd, including the elders from Golden Isle. They didn't dare to believe their eyes while looking at the formations that were completely activated. This has to be impossible, right? These elders were slack-jawed, but this was definitely the reality of the matter. They had full confidence in their arrays. Only a few lineages in the heaven spirit world would have comparable formations. Such a powerful and complete platform was the work of their tree father, so there was no chance of this being an error. Damn, don't tell me, a bloodline examination platform? Li Qian noticed the refined jades all around him and immediately cursed. He was currently seeing stars while his blood energy was churning like crazy. His body felt like it was splitting apart. He was shot by the powerful water beam into the sky. Without the protection of the pentagate, he would have already been lacerated to little pieces by that terrifying beam. Who would have thought that an even more outrageous circumstance would happen after landing? Li Qian naturally knew what this platform was used for. He smiled while seeing the platform's Dao power enveloping him with runes in order to analyze his bloodline and said, "Not bad, only an emperor-level character would be able to create a platform like this." He then wanted to leave, but he started to stumble. His body felt especially heavy. It was as if something was pouring into his body. "That's good stuff," he murmured after realizing what was happening. Outside of being wounded by the water beam, the bead of water he obtained from the maelstrom was also affecting him. He took a deep breath to adjust his body while channeling his blood energy. However, he found that something had gone awry. Check it out. The elders calmed down and immediately checked the formations on the platform. They found that there were no problems at all. In fact, they also believed that there was nothing wrong at all with the array created by their tree father. At this time, an elder pulled Li Qia's hand up and loudly announced, "We have a victor." The defeated human youth from earlier didn't say anything. Victory was in his grasp, but now he had to leave grumpily since there was nothing else he could do. However, it wasn't a big deal since he had absolute confidence in his bloodline. Even if he wasn't selected by Golden Isle, other lineages would eventually pick him. In a short period of time, the disciples decorated the islands with lanterns and flowers. The lively sounds of drums and laughter could be heard everywhere. One disciple bowed before Li Qia and cheerfully smiled, "Our groom, please follow me. I have prepared a new house for you." Li Qia could only wryly smile back. He magically became someone's groom the moment he arrived at the heaven spirit world. This whole event was too strange. He looked around and asked, "Where is this place?" The disciple smiled in response, "Our groom, you participated in the selection but you don't know where this place is? This is Golden Isle of the Jade Sea." While standing on one of the islands, Li Qia stared at the two trees in the distance and insipidly commented, "Returning to the earth, there is nothing else that can protect the future generations better than this." The golden bamboo father and silver tree father died here to turn into the land that protects Golden Isle for tens of millions of years. This might go on for millions more. The disciple smilingly praised, "Our groom is quite insightful." Li Qia thought about many things while looking at these two trees, especially the origin of the Treants. It was one of the three major races of the heaven spirit world. They could cultivate just like humans. The moment their flesh and blood formed, they would turn into cultivators. There was no difference between them and the other cultivators since their realms and levels were the same. The only difference was the final outcome. Humans and the other races would have a chance to compete for the heavens' will to become the immortal emperor. On the other hand, Treants did not vie for the heavens' will. They would return to the earth and turn into a haven for their descendants. Only tree fathers were qualified to return to the earth. For the Treants, tree fathers were equal to immortal emperors. When a Treant was powerful enough to become a tree father, it would return to the ultimate origin and take root in the earth upon death. Their descendants would be able to unceasingly multiply in this newly created paradise. This was the most frightening aspect of Treants. When these tree fathers returned to the origin and took root, they wouldn't be able to manifest themselves as regular beings anymore, but they were still extremely powerful. Some could become even stronger than when they were still alive. This was just like the sects that once had a living immortal emperor to protect them. One could imagine just how mighty these lineages used to be during those periods. The disciple looked at Li Qia and suggested, "Our groom, it is getting late now, please go back and rest." Li Qia gently nodded while looking back at him, "Okay, I'll stay at Golden Isle for now, but it is too early to decide whether I'll be your groom or not." The disciple repeated with a smile, "Our groom, remember that it is not a bad thing to be part of our Golden Isle." Li Qia abruptly retorted, "You should remember that, with my bloodline, many people would want to kidnap me so that I can be their groom instead." The disciple couldn't quickly come up with a response after hearing this. Chapter 1158, Life Origination. There was quite a stir at Golden Isle due to Li Qia's sudden arrival and successful crossing of the 108 bloodline jade test. Though the Isle had long been prepared for this groom selection, this new bloodline coming out of nowhere caught them off guard. Thus, while the disciple arranged the living quarters for Li Qia, several ancestors gathered to discuss this matter. Even the Isle Lord showed up. After all, the main protagonist this time was his daughter, so he was more attentive to this than anyone else. The ancestors glanced at each other while one of them spoke. "I don't think there has ever been a bloodline that passed through all the refined jade surfaces. Outside of our Tree Fathers, the Silver Tree Father's Imperial Prince did so. I think he also passed all of the tests. A different ancestor corrected him. Even though the apex experts of the Treants couldn't become immortal emperors, in the eyes of many people, they were equal to immortal emperors. In this way, their direct children were also imperial children. Perhaps something was wrong with the platform? Another ancestor questioned the validity of the test. The Golden Owl Lord gently shook his head. Ancestor, there was definitely no problem. I have already rechecked the platform and it is fine. It can't have a problem because it was created by the Tree Fathers. It isn't something so easily broken. One of the ancestors was very confident with his sex platform. Another added, a bloodline of the Imperial Prince level. This has not appeared in the Heaven Spirit world for a long time. The third ancestor elaborated, at the very least, not for the human race. The Isle Lord mused for a second before stating, I'm afraid it is not an imperial bloodline of the contemporary generation. It has to be an even older one if our platform cannot analyze his lineage and origin. This means that his original ancestors are even older than our Tree Fathers. An ancestor responded, such an ancient bloodline is all the more precious due to its greater purity. From a certain perspective, the Isle Lord was correct. Li Chia's bloodline had been polished several times. After numerous refinements, it had become very powerful. More importantly, he also refined the true blood of the blood progenitor and 3 immortal emperors from the Blood Devil tribe, resulting in his bloodline becoming even more powerful and ancient. The second ancestor clapped his hands and said, such a bloodline is a perfect match for our princess. Senior brother, you can't put it that way. The third ancestor slightly shook his head. I'm afraid that when an imperial prince bloodline and an even older one combine, it will lead to conflicts between the bloodlines. This level of bloodline might lead to a descendant with a human bloodline while we want a powerful descendant with our bloodline this time. This opinion made the elders and our lords stare at each other. The main reason why these lineages liked powerful human bloodlines was because of reproduction. As long as their race's bloodline was strong enough, the offspring would surely inherit their side. However, if the groom's lineage was of an ancient imperial line, then it became a different story. Perhaps the human bloodline would overcome the Tree Father's bloodline and the child would be more human instead. The Isle Lord asked the ancestor standing in front of him, what should we do now? Shall we cancel the marriage and give him some compensation then let him leave? The first ancestor pondered for a bit before replying, nothing is impossible. In principle, we Treants don't need to preserve our blood's purity. Otherwise, we wouldn't be marrying humans. This might actually be a good thing. We don't have to decide to breed our bloodline in this generation. With that, he surveyed the rest of the group and continued, so what if the offspring will have an imperial prince bloodline? This also means that we can multiply this particular bloodline. At the same time, it leaves us with a better bloodline. And it's not like we can't have human descendants in our line. The other ancestors wondered for a bit before agreeing, this is indeed understandable. We can postpone passing down our bloodline for now. Even if the future offspring carry an imperial prince lineage, it would only make our sect stronger and enrich our legacies. If we could produce an immortal emperor, it could even change the current temperament of our isle. An immortal emperor from a Treant lineage, this will be an amazing experiment. Even the Golden Owl Lord felt his heart beating faster with excitement. For both Treants and sea demons, their ultimate fate was to be stuck at the Heaven Spirit world. Due to their own powerful bloodlines, it was difficult for them to have offspring with a different bloodline winning out. Thus, they didn't have immortal emperors like the humans and other races. However, if the lineage itself could produce a human immortal emperor, then it would be a new pattern for the Treant race. Li Chia was staying on one of the islands with verdant and thick foliage. There was only one building. Living alone on this islet while gazing at the beautiful sceneries was indeed a very pleasant lifestyle. As the future groom, Golden Owl treated him very well, so he was particularly comfortable here. In fact, the stallions at the big lineages had always enjoyed superb treatment. After all, they needed these powerful bloodlines to produce more offspring. The loss of these stallions was the lineage's loss. After the disciple from the isle left, Li Qie sealed the space around him and began to channel his blood energy while examining his internal condition. After doing so, he gained a better understanding of his internal injuries thanks to the water beam. With his mastery of alchemy and methods of treatment, these injuries weren't much and could be healed very quickly. He understood now that the internal injuries weren't the problem. The main culprit was the drop of water that he obtained from the maelstrom. He opened his fate palace and the spring of life emerged. A casual glance wouldn't yield any results, but with a careful observation, he noticed that the drop of water was still floating in the spring. There was nothing strange about it since it looked quite similar to the water of life. It was all melting into life. However, with a meticulous gaze, one would find that the majority of the spring water here couldn't melt this particular drop. Eventually, through sheer effort and repetition, a tiny strand of this drop was finally removed. Just like that, tiny threads of the bead were melting into the spring. This made the water of life suddenly become heavy and full of vitality. The process of diluting these little threads of essences required a monstrous amount of life water. It was precisely this incredible drop of water that was making Li Qie's spring of life feel unbearable. Due to the shortage of life water, Li Qie's vitality and strength were suppressed. Thus, it appeared as if he was a mortal rather than a cultivator. Even a stronger cultivator wouldn't be able to tell that something special was happening to his blood energy. So amazing, this thing combined with the maelstrom created a unique condition. No wonder why all kind of unbelievable events occurred in the past. Li Qie exclaimed in admiration after seeing the essences within a single drop of water since he was aware of its true mysteries. The great maelstrom was a dreadful place and even more ominous for the charming spirits. Not too many people knew about the secret hidden within. Life origination, I have finally found it. Li Qie watched his own life water trying to analyze this bead and murmured, just missing one more part. If I can get all four, then the 4 cores of the fate palaces will open and a profundity understood by no one throughout this entire world will appear. He couldn't help but smile at this point. No one had been able to collect all 4 parts. In fact, Li Qie had never seen the true appearance of these 4 parts before. He had only heard a few legends about them. Of course, only characters like him were eligible to even know about these rumors. He even questioned their existence in the beginning. It wasn't until he obtained the ancient void rune that he confirmed that all of them truly existed. After grabbing the Heavenly Tao's primal chapter, he began to see through their mysteries. The rune, chapter, and now the origination, all of them had unbelievable mysticisms and power. There was no need to talk about other things, focusing purely on the blood progenitor. He had truly grasped the mysteries of the Heavenly Tao's primal chapter and even thoroughly maximized its effects. Because of this, the progenitor was able to establish the matchless blood race. After obtaining the chapter, Li Qie gained a new idea. He wanted to gather all 4 items. Only by doing so would he be able to truly grasp their ultimate mysticism. The truth was that in the last millions of years, he had spent painstaking efforts to learn more about these legends. Alas, it was all for naught, which made him quite suspicious about the claims. But now, he was more determined than ever to collect all 4. At the same time, he understood where to go to find the last piece. The ultimate mysticism of the fate palaces. Li Qie glanced over all 3 items and murmured, or rather, the mysteries behind the power of this world are hidden within. Chapter 1163, Yi Xiaoxiao's mysterious bloodline. She was furious from being looked down upon like this by Li Qie and shouted, "Ba, you're the one with the little body. You dare to not marry me when it is not up to you to decide? That's it, watch me beat you into a pig's head." She immediately took action after finishing her threat. There wasn't too much movement since she didn't even use a merit law. There was only a frightening blood energy. Space seemed to be opening up as she waved her hand. One could hear a clattering sound as a strange flower appeared before Li Qie. It was large and had 8 bright red petals. In other words, this odd flower was made from extreme yang true fire. Extreme yang god flower. Li Qia's eyes turned serious after seeing this flower. In a short period of time, the endless sunfire trapped Li Qia completely. With a clunk, the flames turned into universal laws. They didn't only imprison him, they also attacked him like a scorpion's tail that aimed to pierce his body. Clank. A metallic bang resounded when Li Qia immediately used his ninth sun-locking heaven law. With a poof, the refined fire laws entered his body. When fire laws of this caliber pierced one's body, even if the victim didn't turn into ashes instantly, they would be burned and suffer a pain worse than death. However, Li Qia didn't show any signs of him being in pain at all. He only smiled and said, "Quite nutritious. This thing is quite rare. Try this then." She shouted after seeing that Li Qia wasn't afraid of her godflower at all. Her vitality soared. With a loud bang, a strange tree half the size of a man emerged. It seemed to be carved out of profound ice. The moment it appeared, a buzzing sound could be heard as a terrifying power suddenly froze everything. Its target was Li Qia. However, Li Qia's 9 suns law began to blaze. His own refined sunfire circled around him and easily stopped the freezing attack from this tree, leaving him completely untouched. He didn't bother looking at the flower and the tree, for his eyes were fixated on Yi Xiaoxiao. He spoke with a changed expression. "Little girl, what is this bloodline of yours?" Very few things in life could move Li Qia. However, she really did shock him this time. She didn't use any merit laws, but the godflower and strange tree came out. They were not items created from merit laws, they were real existences. Her summoning reminded Li Qia of a very archaic legend about the Treants. Perhaps even members of their race didn't know about it because it was too ancient. Moreover, there was no proof of its existence as it had never appeared before. Even in the distant ages, those who had heard about it paid it no mind because there was no way it was true. "Humph, why should I tell you?" She waved her hand and the godflower and odd tree vanished. Li Qia stroked his chin and said with a grin, "If you tell me a little bit about your bloodline, I might consider taking you in. And in accordance with your wish, I can also give you an answer to your question about the imperial bloodline. You go first. This lady will listen to you first about the bloodline, then I'll consider telling you about my own." She snorted while looking at him. Li Qia stared at Yi Xiaoxiao as his eyes flashed several times. She suddenly felt uneasy beneath his gaze. Even though it was not a sharp and scary pair of eyes, they seemed to be able to penetrate all things. I see. Li Qia noticed her demeanor and slowly spoke. "In the end, you yourself don't even understand your bloodline, likewise with your isle. You all don't even understand the mysticisms within." The more accurate reason for this groom's selection was to find an answer within the many bloodlines of the human race. It wasn't just to find a mighty one. You are searching for a bloodline that is truly comparable to your own so that you can analyze its mysteries. With that, Li Qia smiled. "If I'm not mistaken, even the items left behind by your tree fathers cannot analyze your bloodline." "Humph, what a bunch of nonsense. This is only your one-sided speculation." She scowled. "What is this about not knowing my own bloodline? I naturally know everything about it. I just don't want to tell you so that you'll get mad." Despite her strong retort, it was evident that it was all for show. He gently shook his head. "Girl, there's no need to be stubborn, you can't hide it from my eyes. If you tell me the truth about your bloodline, maybe I can even help you." Yi Xiaoxiao wanted to speak, but she immediately closed her mouth while turning cautious. Clang, clank, at this moment, the alarm suddenly sounded at Golden Isle. A disciple shouted, "We're under attack." Yi Xiaoxiao's expression sank after hearing this. Her eyes narrowed as she said, "Which bastard is sneak attacking my Golden Isle?" With that, she turned and left. A flower bloomed with each step as she soared into the sky. Li Qia smiled and went outside the room to look towards the island. Splash. Out. Or perhaps my bloodline will be able to support hers. From this, Golden Isle might have a heaven-defying child in the future. He stared directly at the Isle Lord at this point. The Lord only laughed out loud in response. Nephew is overthinking things. We're only making a minor change, it is no secret at all. Fine, if our Lord does not wish to say it, I won't push the issue. Li Chia smiled back. However, I'm really not interested in this marriage at all, if we can call it that. I'm not willing to be your breeding stallion. The Lord glanced at him quickly and said, Our Golden Isle will not force such a thing onto nephew, but you should know that forming a strong alliance rings true no matter the occasion. If you are willing to stay, there's no need for me to explain all the benefits. As for other things, we can talk about it in detail. The Lord was indeed showing enough sincerity and goodwill. It was a clear indication of how important he deemed Li Chia's bloodline to be. Li Chia was quite amused by this treatment as he chortled, even before taking my opinion into account. Don't you think this type of groom selection is too hasty? Will your daughter agree to having a random husband that appeared out of nowhere? I trust that no girl wouldn't oppose this. Our Lord is a smart person. I'm sure you know that in order to have a successful marriage with the aim of reproduction and strengthening your bloodline, the parties involved still need to like each other. This would be the best case scenario. There is no force greater than the word love, it is both a poison and panacea. Stallions, incubators, and bloodlines were extremely precious. If there was a loss to either of the parties, then it would be a loss to the entire sect. It was best that the man and woman liked each other so that they could reproduce and strengthen a bloodline. Because of this, the two would normally meet each other at a very young age. Their relationship would then develop to become a pillar for their emotional attachment in the future. The powerful lineages usually wouldn't suddenly pick a stallion or incubator. Most would be groomed from a young age. Thus, Golden Isle's action this time contained a mystery that no one else knew about. Chapter 1160, Yi Xiao Xiao. The Lord smiled and sincerely replied, It's just as you say, love requires time. You haven't met my daughter, so how do you know that she won't agree? You are indeed worthy of being the Lord of the Isle, you're already laying a trap with just a few words. Li Chia couldn't help but laugh. Without a doubt, this Lord was a smart one. The Isle Lord smiled in response, We'll decide it like this. Nephew can keep on thinking about it carefully. If you haven't made up your mind, then it is fine to stay here for a bit. Our doors will always be open for you, just treat our isle as your own home. Thank you for showing such love. Li Chia smiled and nodded his head. This Lord was an open-minded person. There was no conflict of interest between the two of them right now, so Li Chia accepted the Lord's attempt at winning him over. As the Lord made it to the door, he suddenly turned back and asked, I almost forgot to ask, may I know who your master is? Li Chia freely replied, I am only a vagrant cultivator and the oceans are my home, it's not worth mentioning. The Lord didn't inquire further. He only laughed and said, Then I hope you can get used to this place. If you need anything, just let my disciples know. He left after saying this. He wouldn't be too inquisitive after Li Chia showed his unwillingness to speak about his origin. For Golden Isle, if this person came from a lineage in the heaven spirit world, it was definitely within their abilities to find out. Li Chia sealed his surrounding space once more after the Lord left. He sat cross-legged to meditate. Even though his internal injuries were very serious, they were recovered in a short amount of time due to the heaven restoration salve. At this moment, his injuries were not a problem. The only issue was the unsolved life origination that was severely suppressing his blood energy. Of course, he was not in a rush to solve this either. After all, such an item didn't come easily. The process required time and the water of life to slowly dilute the drop of water. He instead focused on the space scripture and its fundamentals. Although he had grasped its mysteries quite well at this moment, there was still a long way to go before he could use it at will. To do so, he would need to master its profundities. There were 4 parts to the scripture, or 4 major chapters: world creation, space control, parallelism, and cryptic space. Among these 4 chapters, world creation was the most important and incredible. It was the most essential part of the scripture. World creation was not referring to creating new worlds and existences. The space scripture had not reached that level. After all, that was beyond the boundary of cultivation. Life creation was something left to the heavens alone. To be precise, world creation was about opening up space. The truth was that after reaching a particular realm, all cultivators could do such a thing. God kings and immortal emperors were able to open larger spaces. However, the world creation from the space scripture was different from these other methods. A space opened by an immortal emperor was different as well. Once a user of world creation reached the peak, even spaces opened by immortal emperors would seem much lesser in comparison. World creation was an arduous process, but if cultivated fully, then a new world would appear, a spatial realm on the same level as an entire world. This level of space could accept everything, including any existence, item, and force. It was similar to creation, like the start of the heaven and earth, the 9 worlds. Because it had a spatial structure, the 9 worlds were able to have sentient beings. Thus, this was almost the opening of a world. With a successful opening, new life would one day be born. From then on, it would no longer be the 9 worlds but 10. At that time, Li Qie would become its supreme ruler. Of course, it was not something that could be done in a day or two. The other 3 major chapters of the space scripture had their own characteristics and usages as well. Among them, space control encompassed the most content. For example, portal summoning, teleportation, banishment, space correction, deep space, displaced space, visual phenomenon space, all of this was part of the space control chapter. Golden Isle treated Li Qie with an incomparably warm hospitality as if he was the most esteemed guest they had ever received. This made his recovery very comfortable. However, before 2 days passed, trouble had found his door. Early in the morning, while he was cultivating in this room, someone shouting could be heard from the outside. Li Qie, roll out here for this lady. Despite the high volume, the voice was very sweet and pleasant. There was an indescribable charm and youthfulness to it. Li Qie stood up and left his room to find a girl standing in the living room, a very young girl to be exact. The lass looked to be around 13 years old. She grew up quite well and had a complexion as white as jade. Her spirited eyes were round and big in a fulfilling manner. Her small nose was sculpted without fault, while her cherry mouth was as red as fire. She stood with both hands on her waist while proudly arching her chest forward. This posture slightly revealed the valley and figure beneath the embroidered dress. This little lass was truly lovely and cute, others couldn't help but like her. Of course, her demeanor and posturing showed off her hot and strong personality. Moreover, she was barefoot. The moment her small and exquisite feet fell into sight, everyone would be in awe, for it was a perfect masterpiece made by the heavens. The crystal white feet had perfect proportions, a bit more would be too fat while a bit less would be too thin. Flowers blossomed and fresh grass would spring up wherever she walked. It was as if she was walking on a field of flowers. Her blood energy was still hidden, and the same could be said for her Tao. It showed that she was not using any merit laws or techniques, yet lush vegetation was still appearing. This meant that she had an innate ability not found in others. This was a type of special constitution or unique bloodline. Li Qie glanced at her and the field below her. His eyes slightly narrowed before he revealed a smile. I am Li Qie, who might you be? Yi Xiao Xiao. She maintained her aggressive appearance while glaring at him. I don't know you. Li Qie smiled and gently shook his head. The lass was unhappy with this response. She replied in a fiery manner, this lady is the princess of Golden Isle, the woman that you will marry. Li Qie smiled wryly. Other girls would be too bashful to say such words, but this Yi Xiao Xiao blurted them out without a problem. He cupped his fists and said, oh, so it is Princess Yi. Long time no see, I didn't expect Princess to come. Long time no see my ass. Yi Xiao Xiao stated with disdain, you didn't even know who I was earlier. Stop your act right now. Li Qie laughed amusingly after seeing her fiery attitude. This little girl was very interesting. He readily accepted being exposed and leisurely replied with a grin, "Okay, I was messing about saying long time no see. After all, I've never even heard of your name prior to this." She was stumped for a moment and couldn't come up with a response. She came with an imposing attitude to yell at him, so she expected him to arrogantly yell back at her so that she could kick him out of Golden Isle. Either that or he would be suppressed by her aggression and become submissive. Thus, she would also kick such a submissive nobody out of Golden Isle. She didn't expect him to not act arrogantly or submissively. Chapter 1161. You have to marry me. Li Chia crossed his arms in front of his chest and leisurely smiled. "May I ask what you are here for, my young miss?" She immediately became spirited after hearing his question and glared at him with her big and round eyes. "Why don't you want to marry me?" Li Chia was caught off guard. Luckily, she spoke in an aggressive manner. If she spoke to him with a tone full of resentment and indignation like an abandoned lover, others would actually mistake him for an unloyal and fickle man. He smiled and said while looking straight at her, "Why should I marry you?" "Because this lady is the Golden Isle Princess, the #1 beauty of the Jade Sea with a supreme and peerless bloodline," she confidently stated while still posing with her hands on her waist. There was no trace of bashfulness to be found. Li Chia wondered whether he should laugh or cry. He shook his head in response. "And I should marry just because of that? What if a demon dragon comes out of nowhere one day and claims to be the #1 beauty? Do I have to marry her too? Bah, who would dare to take my man?" The unashamed lady claimed while glaring at him, "If you didn't want to marry me, why did you run here and ruin my business by passing the others on the stage?" He shook his head once more. "I can't be blamed for that. I only fell down from the sky by accident and coincidentally struck your formation. What's wrong with that?" She scowled while staring at him with a burning gaze. "It's the providence of the heavens, yet you still dare not to marry me?" To the amusement of Li Chia, she looked as if she wanted him to take responsibility, prompting him to reply, "So you are saying you are anxious to get married already?" She wanted to erupt but stopped in time. "Bah, don't think so highly of yourself. Who says I am in a rush to get married?" She simply wanted to kick him out of Golden Isle. Who would want to marry a stranger? Moreover, she was still a little girl, but the moment she returned, she heard some disciples say that someone named Li Chia might not want to marry her. This rubbed her the wrong way. A man actually didn't want to marry her. Thus, she wanted to come and see just what kind of person would do so. He replied, "Then perfect, you don't want to get married and I don't want to either. Isn't this the end of it? Plus, you are still a little girl. Time is still plentiful on this endless road. One day, you will find a suitable man." "Bah, who says that I am still young? I'm an adult already." The moment she heard the word little, she was immediately enraged. She hated being called little the most by others, so she grunted unhappily while exaggerating her posture even more by raising her barely gropable breasts. Her appearance aimed to tell Li Chia that she was not little anymore, for she was already a grown lady. He couldn't really do anything against this bold girl. He only smiled. Right, you are a grown-up already. Are you a little puppy or something? You are just going along with whatever I say, don't you have your own thoughts?" She glared at him with disdain. With popping sounds, the vines surrounding his body were immediately split. At this time, Yi Xiao had escaped Li Chia's clutch and spoke. "Humph, looks like you have some skill." He resumed his gaze that was quite unpleasant to her. It made her feel very uncomfortable, but she didn't want to show any weakness, so she instead proudly stood straight with her soft breasts forward while glaring at him with a fiery stare. "Have you had your fill?" She snorted in a very arrogant style with black lines on her forehead. He withdrew his eyes and said, "I'm really curious about your bloodline now. Not too many things in this world can actually hide from my eyes." She responded haughtily, "Why should I tell you?" Li Chia stroked his chin and quipped back, "If you tell me, I will marry you." This startled her as she blurted, "Who says that I want to marry you? Bah. Little girl will always be embarrassed." Li Qie laughed and shook his head. Earlier, you were yelling and demanding for me to marry you, but now, it is the other way around. This is really frustrating. Girl, do you want to marry or not? She stared at him and didn't say anything for a moment. He nonchalantly stood there with grace to let her look as much as she wanted. After a while, he said with a smile, Girl, have you had your fill? I know I am incomparably handsome, but you shouldn't be infatuated to this level. Her face turned red as she regained her wits and angrily said, Bah! Shameless old pervert. Who would be infatuated with you? Go look in the mirror first. Daring to claim to be handsome with your common appearance, have you no shame? Li Qie ignored her assessment and said, Okay, girl, stop pestering me endlessly. I actually want to know why you want this marriage. If I'm not mistaken, you have changed your mind for now. Chapter 1162, The Fiery Yi Xiao. She fiercely glared at him and said, Humph. Why should I tell you? Just do what I say instead of blabbering about. Li Qie smiled and shook his head. If that's the case, then we have nothing else to talk about. Having said that, he turned to go back into his bedroom. Hey, stop, are you listening? She shouted after seeing this. Li Qie paused and turned his head around. You got something else to say? If not, then don't bother me. She was annoyed by his attitude and maintained her fierce gaze and aggressive posture. I'm asking you now, do you really have a bloodline of the Imperial Prince level? He turned his body around and gave her a quick look before smiling. Are you doubting your Golden Isles formation? Did you come here to demand a marriage or to see if I have an Imperial Prince level bloodline? Don't you worry about that, I'll do what I want. Her hands were often found on her waist as she said, Stop asking so many things. Do you have it or not? It really looks like we have nothing to talk about. Li Qie waved his hand and turned around, leaving with a smile on his face. Hey! Yi Xiao felt a little anxious and stomped once before blocking his path. Do you have an Imperial level bloodline or not? Li Qie looked at the little girl in front of him and said, I understand. You came here not to see whether I want to marry you or not, but to see if I have that type of bloodline. With that, he crossed his arms before his chest and looked at her in a carefree manner. If you sincerely asked earlier, maybe I would have told you. She muttered under her breath after hearing this, then shouted, Just let me know, do you have it or not? Li Qie nodded his head and chuckled. If we are using the definitions of your Treant race, then yes, my bloodline is of the Imperial level. She didn't completely buy this, so it was her turn to look at Li Qie up and down to find some clues from his body. After a careful examination, she asked with a voice full of suspicion, Is it really at the Imperial level? You don't look like someone with that type of bloodline at all. Li Qie burst out in laughter in response. Can you really determine an Imperial bloodline with the naked eye? Don't you have a very powerful bloodline as well? Can we tell its strength just by looking at you? Humph. What do you know? My bloodline is supreme and unique in all the eons. She was unhappy with his answer and spoke with confidence. How can your commoner's eyes see through my bloodline? Li Qie replied in the same fashion. Then the same goes for me. My bloodline is supreme and unique in all the eons. How can a little girl like you see through it with the naked eye? She managed to restrain her anger this time, but she still glared at him nevertheless. Shouldn't an imperial bloodline have a surging imperial aura as if an immortal emperor has descended? They can suppress their enemies with just their bloodline. Li Qie was quite amused by this response. Who told you that an imperial bloodline has such characteristics? A limited definition of an imperial bloodline was being the child of an immortal emperor and inheriting his bloodline. These people were called imperial children. The truth was that Li Qie didn't have an official imperial bloodline, but in a sense, his was even more precious than an imperial prince because his blood contained the legacy of the blood progenitor. More importantly, his blood had been refined multiple times by the worldly prime liquid among other immortal items. Thus, his bloodline had become even more precious. After hearing his answer, she looked at him with skepticism and asked, Don't you humans always say this? Li Qie smiled and said, "Have you met an imperial prince with a bloodline like that? A few things are only baseless rumors." "Humph, I knew that you humans couldn't be trusted. Your race doesn't have this imperial bloodline or whatever, at least not at the heaven spirit world." She immediately became a bit spirited. Her latter statement was correct. In fact, the human race didn't have an imperial child in this world. The truth was that in the 9 worlds, this type of bloodline would not appear in every generation, so the chance of it appearing in a human here was especially low. He was a little interested after noticing her excitement and told her, "Isn't one in front of you right now?" She looked at him once more with suspicion. "You really have it." Her suspicion was warranted. Li Qie didn't look like someone who had an imperial bloodline. His blood energy was concealed and his Tao force was weak. It could even be said that no matter how one looked at him, he simply resembled a mortal. Even if an imperial bloodline didn't have a surging aura like the arrival of an immortal emperor, at the very least, the owner should have exuberant blood energy and an incredible physical body. If Li Qie didn't pass their trial, Yi Xiaoxiao wouldn't even be interested in doing this and would have just assumed that he was a lying swindler. "It can't be faked." Li Qie chuckled. "Even if you don't believe me, you should believe your Golden Isles formation that was made by your tree fathers. Plus, your father's people have confirmed it as well." "Humph, are you sure you aren't an accomplice of my father in scheming to trick me?" She fiercely stared at him and said, "If I find out that you are conspiring with my father's people to fool me, I will really peel your skin." "Okay, little girl, this isn't a conspiracy or anything." He waved his sleeve and interrupted her while laughing. "Even if your father wants to trick you, I don't have the time or interest to do so. Hurry up and tell me what you want from me." She hesitated for a moment while peering at him. She truly looked like she didn't trust him at all, but in the end, she still asked, "If you have an imperial bloodline, do you feel that there is something different about you or something special in the bloodline itself?" Li Qie's curiosity was suddenly aroused. He stared at her for a bit before answering, "It looks like this groom selection from your all really isn't that simple. So if I didn't have an imperial bloodline and it was someone else instead who passed your examination, someone found to be unsuitable for you in the future, the marriage would be cancelled and it would just end there?" There was a well-established system for stallions and incubators in this world. When a lineage picked them from a young age, a marriage wouldn't take place if it turned out that they weren't a good match or if there was a disparity between them. The majority of these stallions and incubators would be repatriated back to their sect. In other words, even if someone was selected to be the groom of Golden Isle, it was just an agreement. The stallion still needed to undergo observation and trials. Once they passed, the marriage would finally take place so that they can produce offspring. "Well, that has nothing to do with you." She glared at him. "If you have a real imperial bloodline, you don't have anything to worry about. I understand, you all want to find the most powerful bloodline. Your first choice was not an imperial bloodline, maybe it was a search for an ancient bloodline." Li Qie narrowed his eyes while looking at her. "Humph, you're talking nonsense." She fiercely replied, "It is good that you have an imperial bloodline since I'll be marrying you." "No, actually, I'm the one who's taking you in." Li Qie laughed it up while looking at her fierce appearance and said, "Girl, you're thinking too much into it. Even if you were willing, I still wouldn't want to marry you." She held her pretty little waist and tigerishly declared, "This is not up to you. If you dare to not marry me, I'll beat you until your face looks like a pig." All along, people had only heard about a lady being forced to marry. How many had heard about a groom being forced to take a wife? His piercing glare once again settled on her body before he gave a leisurely response. "Girl, it is not that I'm looking down on you, but do you think you can force me to marry you with your little body? Return from whence you came." Chapter 1163, Yi Xiaoxiao's mysterious bloodline. She was furious from being looked down upon like this by Li Qie and shouted, "Bah, you're the one with the little body. You dare to not marry me when it is not up to you to decide? That's it, watch me beat you into a pig's head." She immediately took action after finishing her threat. There wasn't too much movement since she didn't even use a merit law. There was only a frightening blood energy. Space seemed to be opening up as she waved her hand. One could hear a clattering sound as a strange flower appeared before Wuxia. It was large and had 8 bright red petals. In other words, this odd flower was made from extreme yang true fire. Extreme yang god flower. Wuxia's eyes turned serious after seeing this flower. In a short period of time, the endless sunfire trapped Wuxia completely. With a clunk, the flames turned into universal laws. They didn't only imprison him, they also attacked him like a scorpion's tail that aimed to pierce his body. Clank. A metallic bang resounded when Wuxia immediately used his 9th sun-locking heaven law. With a poof, the refined fire laws entered his body. When fire laws of this caliber pierced one's body, even if the victim didn't turn into ashes instantly, they would be burned and suffer a pain worse than death. However, Wuxia didn't show any signs of him being in pain at all. He only smiled and said, "Quite nutritious. This thing is quite rare. Try this then." She shouted after seeing that Wuxia wasn't afraid of her god flower at all. Her vitality soared. With a loud bang, a strange tree half the size of a man emerged. It seemed to be carved out of profound ice. The moment it appeared, a buzzing sound could be heard as a terrifying power suddenly froze everything. Its target was Wuxia. However, Wuxia's 9 suns law began to blaze. His own refined sunfire circled around him and easily stopped the freezing attack from this tree, leaving him completely untouched. He didn't bother looking at the flower and the tree, for his eyes were fixated on Yi Xiaoxiao. He spoke with a changed expression. "Little girl, what is this bloodline of yours?" Very few things in life could move Wuxia. However, she really did shock him this time. She didn't use any merit laws, but the god flower and strange tree came out. They were not items created from merit laws, they were real existences. Her summoning reminded Wuxia of a very archaic legend about the Treants. Perhaps even members of their race didn't know about it because it was too ancient. Moreover, there was no proof of its existence as it had never appeared before. Even in the distant ages, those who had heard about it paid it no mind because there was no way it was true. "Humph, why should I tell you?" She waved her hand and the god flower and odd tree vanished. Wuxia stroked his chin and said with a grin, "If you tell me a little bit about your bloodline, I might consider taking you in. And in accordance with your wish, I can also give you an answer to your question about the imperial bloodline. You go first. This lady will listen to you first about the bloodline, then I'll consider telling you about my own." She snorted while looking at him. Wuxia stared at Yi Xiaoxiao as his eyes flashed several times. She suddenly felt uneasy beneath his gaze. Even though it was not a sharp and scary pair of eyes, they seemed to be able to penetrate all things. I see. Wuxia noticed her demeanor and slowly spoke. "In the end, you yourself don't even understand your bloodline, likewise with your isle. You all don't even understand the mysticisms within." The more accurate reason for this groom's selection was to find an answer within the many bloodlines of the human race. It wasn't just to find a mighty one. You are searching for a bloodline that is truly comparable to your own so that you can analyze its mysteries. With that, Wuxia smiled. "If I'm not mistaken, even the items left behind by your tree fathers cannot analyze your bloodline." "Humph, what a bunch of nonsense, this is only your one-sided speculation." She scowled. "What is this about not knowing my own bloodline? I naturally know everything about it. I just don't want to tell you so that you'll get mad." Despite her strong retort, it was evident that it was all for show. He gently shook his head. "Girl, there's no need to be stubborn, you can't hide it from my eyes. If you tell me the truth about your bloodline, maybe I can even help you." Yi Xiaoxiao wanted to speak, but she immediately closed her mouth while turning cautious. Clang, clank, at this moment, the alarms suddenly sounded at Golden Isle. A disciple shouted, "We're under attack." Yi Xiaoxiao's expression sank after hearing this. Her eyes narrowed as she said, "Which bastard is sneak attacking my Golden Isle?" With that, she turned and left. A flower bloomed with each step as she soared into the sky. Li Qie smiled and went outside the room to look towards the island. Splash! Outside of the islands, sea water rose in the form of aqua dragons. They were completely blue and soared into the sky before plunging down at Golden Isle. Even the Golden Isle Lord was alerted after this sudden attack. He stood up in the sky and shouted, "Who is it?" Without a doubt, the assailant didn't want to show themselves. They simply controlled these aqua dragons for the assault. Bursts of alarms rang across Golden Isle. Keep in mind that it was definitely a powerful lineage comparable to any imperial lineage or immortal gate. It had to be someone skillful to even dare to attack it. Activate. The disciples immediately rushed out to meet the enemy the moment these aqua dragons reached the warning zones. Crash. However, more and more dragons came out of the sea. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 aqua dragons leapt into the sky and attacked these crucial zones with great ferocity. At this time, Li Qie withdrew his gaze from the distance and redirected it down to the surface of the water. He turned serious after seeing the sparkling sea water. Someone emerged from the ocean. It was a girl riding a seahorse. She wore a blue dress and an ethereal silk veil. In the light breeze, she seemed particularly slim and graceful. Her entire being seemed sway with the wind. This dark green seahorse resembled both a flood dragon and a horse. With its perfect outline, it was definitely the finest of horses in the ocean. The girl hid her face so no one could see her true appearance. She emerged from the ocean without any warning or sound, like a ghost. No one noticed her arrival. If it wasn't for Li Qie, no one would have detected her intrusion. Despite being completely soundless, she was extremely fast while riding her seahorse. In the blink of an eye, she was already next to Li Qie. "Get on," she told him while concealing her real voice. "Why should I?" Li Qie smiled while looking at the girl. He was relaxed as always. The girl didn't waste words. She immediately grabbed Li Qie and pulled him onto the seahorse so that he was sitting in front of her. A bit interesting. Li Qie didn't bother resisting. He seemed to be entertained by this. The seahorse turned around and snuck out towards the ocean in order to escape. But before the seahorse could reach the sea, a shout came about, "Where do you think you're going?" Yi Xiaoxiao noticed the abduction and immediately attacked with blossoming flowers below her. The odd tree emerged again. With a buzz, she instantly froze the nearby sea with astonishing speed. The other girl noticed the frozen sea water, but she didn't halt. She rode the seahorse into the sky with lightning speed. "Where are you from, Demoness, to dare steal my man? You court death." Yi Xiaoxiao had a scorching personality indeed. She stomped on a vine below her feet. This swift vine instantly caught up to the seahorse. With another cry, she attacked once more. A gigantic willow emerged. Its branches were like immortal ropes that intended to ensnare the other girl. However, this girl was not that easy to mess with. Her delicate and jade-like hand unleashed a palm attack. Boom! Ice dragons instantly rushed out of the frozen water and attacked the willow branches with unparalleled speed. Pop! The willow branches tied up the dragons. Shortly after, the dragons and willow branches began to fight. Neither side wanted to give in. In this split second, the seahorse suddenly leaped forward. This one leap alone caused space and time to reverse. The area 10 million miles away suddenly appeared beneath the seahorse. Chapter 1164, Mysterious Girl. This leap from the seahorse crossed space instantaneously. Even Li Qie sitting on it had to praise, "Incredible, this is an exceedingly rare divine horse." A gap was instantly created after this jump. Even though Yi Xiaoxiao's vine used its top speed, it was unable to catch up. The seahorse made it out of the frozen sea. It instantly dove into the vast ocean and submerged itself. The veiled girl then hid their presence and traces. Without a doubt, she came prepared. The seahorse leaped a second time under the surface of the water. This was even faster than the leap in the sky. The ocean was its playground, so it could cross from one sea to another. People would be rendered speechless by its speed. Shameless demoness, you better not let me find you or I'll show you. Stealing my man now, huh? The chasing Yi Xiao had lost her target and angrily stomped her foot. At a certain place in the Jade Sea, there was a towering cliff with large shoal rocks and deep underwater gullies. After water flowed into these gullies, one would hear a loud roar. The water fell straight down like waterfalls. Waves of currents were wrestling with the boulders down here. Of course, there were also circular channels around the cliff in the form of whirlpools. This particular location was quite dangerous. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't want to come here. A loud bang occurred below the steep cliff. The seahorse climbed up from the water to the top of the cliff. There were two people riding it. Of course, it was Li Qia and the mysterious girl. A panoramic view of this sea was available at the top of this cliff. The sea breeze was carrying water vapor everywhere. The waves loudly roared as they galloped in this place. The scene ahead was quite extraordinary and precarious in a supernatural yet marvelous manner. Li Qia was still at home while riding the seahorse and bathing in the sea breeze. His head was resting against a soft and plump chest. This was indeed a time to be cheerful. The girl's temper took a turn for the worse when Li Qia rested against her chest like this. She coldly said, "It is time for you to get off." Li Qia remained unmoved while his head was still in the middle of the valley. His faint grin told the story of his comfort and enjoyment. "Little girl, if you want something, you have to pay the price. You might be thinking that I am taking advantage of you, but the truth is that you are taking advantage of me. If I was unwilling, you wouldn't have been able to take me along." This answer left the girl silent. It was arrogant and narcissistic to an unreasonable level. She jumped down from the seahorse and looked around at the sea nearby. Who knows what she was thinking? Meanwhile, Li Qia was still leisurely sitting on the seahorse while closing his eyes to enjoy the breeze. After a while, he murmured, "The sensation of the heaven spirit world really makes people feel attached with strong sentiments." She finally turned back to look at him with a cold glare. "You should talk about your circumstances now." He finally opened his eyes to look at her and smiled. "Little girl, if you want to negotiate with me, you should put on a friendly attitude. If I am in a good mood, maybe I can point you towards a clear road." The girl became annoyed and asked, "Are you always this narcissistic?" "Narcissistic?" Li Qia laughed and replied, "Little girl, I don't know what narcissism is, and you haven't seen when I truly act smug. When I feel cocky and put on airs, a little girl like you can only stand to the side since even gods and demons have to prostrate before me." She stared at him for a good while. If it wasn't for his sober appearance, she would have thought that she had caught the wrong person, a complete psycho. "Don't look at me like that." Li Qia lazily looked at the distant sea and said, "This is the best your exquisite valley can do? You're able to carry a few bloodlines, but your vision for the overall situation is still completely lacking. The criticism from before still stands. Your valley does not lack fresh blood, it is lacking in wise strategic foresight." The mysterious girl was surprised and immediately took one step back while staring at Li Qia with a chilling glint flashing across her pupils. She had hidden everything so that others wouldn't recognize her background. Even a god monarch wouldn't be able to see through her, so she was astonished that this seemingly ordinary man was able to instantly deduce her origin. She was completely confident in her concealing technique, but now, she felt an urge to kill. "Again, there's no need to look at me like that." Li Qia was basking in the sea breeze as he calmly stated, "If you have any disrespectful thoughts about me, it will be your own undoing. I am not someone who enjoys plucking flowers, but when necessary, I have no qualms about eliminating beautiful women." The girl was bewildered and couldn't guess his background at this time. It was quite pitiful how little she knew about him. After a while, she calmed down and stared at him. "You are Li Qia?" He ignored her and took a deep breath to say, "What a world this is." He smacked his lips afterward before speaking. "Among all the people I've met, I am the only person called Wuxia. Can't you be any less narcissistic? The annoyed girl found this answer quite exasperating. He raised his brows and said, and then? You mean like this? The girl was a bit speechless. The situation had somehow reversed. The man ahead was the one in charge, so she tried to take back the initiative. Do you have an imperial bloodline? Wuxia was bored and reached out to brush her hair that was blowing wildly in the wind. However, she immediately made some distance between them and coldly said, "You better act properly." Wuxia withdrew his hand and stared insipidly at her. What does it matter? Is this bloodline worth talking about? After so many years, your exquisite valley still relies on bloodlines for business. Back and forth, only to go around in a circle. A nice way to put it is cultivating talents, while a more offensive way is to call it a brothel. Marrying excellent bloodlines to powerful lineages, not much different from a breeding stable. The mysterious girl quivered with rage after hearing this. This was simply humiliating her lineage. He was treating them as if they weren't worth a single coin. You better start acting more respectfully to me, she shouted. If it wasn't for her great self-restraint, she would have already taught a lesson to this guy who didn't know the immensity of the heaven and earth. Wuxia only smiled and didn't say anything else, or maybe he was too lazy to do so. She took a deep breath to calm down and then said in a serious manner while looking at him, "If you have an imperial bloodline, you should have a different plan. There are wider paths for you to take, battles await your advance." Wuxia turned to slowly and carefully look at her. She didn't know why she felt so uncertain when subjected to his glance like this. She felt as if she was being completely stripped by his insipid eyes. All of her concealing methods were useless. Have you seen enough? She raised her head and coldly stared at him. A very good bag of skin. He withdrew his gaze and flatly said, "Worthy of being from the exquisite valley." She felt like vomiting blood after hearing this. She wasn't only from the valley. If she revealed her true identity, she could look down on the entire heaven spirit world. Countless men would want to marry her. But according to Wuxia, she was only a good bag of skin. If this could even be considered a compliment, it was the most disdainful one she had ever heard in her life. A homicidal impulse arose from Wuxia's triggering words. She had to try quite hard to stabilize her emotions. "Little woman, don't you know?" Wuxia lazily glanced at her and said, "If I wanted to stay as a son-in-law at Golden Isle, then you would have spoiled my business. If that was the case, then you would have to be my concubine to make up for it. No, you are still not enough to even be a bed-warming maid." She had managed to calm down a second ago only to be infuriated once again. She gritted her teeth while trembling. Would you die if you stopped boasting for a single second? One could hear the sound of her teeth grinding together. If she didn't want to maintain her ladylike demeanor, she would have ruthlessly bitten big chunks out of him. Chapter 1165, Exquisite Valley. Lord Wuxia laughed and replied, "Boast? I am simply stating a fact. The only reason you were able to bring me here is because I had no intention of becoming Golden Isle's groom." She coldly grunted in response. "So you are saying that you are confident to the point of thinking that you can sweep through the world?" "Sweeping through the world? No problem. For example, I could have helped the Isle capture you. Just one hand would have been enough to suppress you." Wuxia smiled. "You?" She wanted to vomit blood again. Even someone with more self-restraint would become angry after being repeatedly provoked by Wuxia like this. Even a Buddha made out of mud would become angry at times. She once again proved her great emotional control. "I won't lower myself to your level." He smiled and ignored her while enjoying this familiar and unforgettable scent carried on the air by the blowing winds. After a good while, she eventually asked him, "What sect are you from? Which immortal emperor is your ancestor?" He glanced at her and chuckled. "You should have prepared better if you wanted to take me away from Golden Isle. The valley has an amazing network, so is there something at the heaven spirit world that you can't find out? Why bother to ask such a simple question?" This girl truly had a good temper. The fact was that she really wanted to give him a good beating because of his attitude. She had never seen anyone like him. However, she went quiet after hearing this response because she couldn't find out anything about him. Every lineage in the heaven spirit world had some ties with the exquisite valley. These powerful sects were all in-laws. The issue was that they found nothing on Wuxia, as if he had just appeared out of nowhere overnight. Want to know something? Anyone would want to beat you up after seeing your infuriating attitude. She coldly said, "Has no one told you this before?" "I know that very well." He chuckled, "Many people in this world want to beat me up. If you want to as well, then you will have to join the line. It might take another 100,000 years though. Plus, I'm afraid someone who can take me down has yet to appear in this world." The girl realized that this man couldn't deviate from his narcissistic tendencies for even a sentence. Each one was arrogant and crazy. She didn't know what kind of person actually gave birth to this man. She changed her posture and went straight back to business. The imperial bloodline is incredible. If utilized correctly, you could rekindle your ancestors' glory and rule the 9 worlds. However, you should also know that this world is vast with hidden dragons and crouching tigers everywhere. You are not the only one with an imperial bloodline. Moreover, even this great bloodline can't look down on other people from humble beginnings. For millions of years, countless ordinary experts have triumphed over imperial bloodlines. Vagabonds and those who come from tiny sects can still accept the heaven's will and become emperors. She spoke earnestly while calmly staring at him. Brittle is trouble. Your imperial bloodline might be an advantage, but if you are blinded by your own arrogance, you will die one day. At that point, it will not only be a personal loss, but also a loss to the entire human race, especially the ones at the heaven spirit world. These were her heartfelt thoughts. She said them for Wuxia's own good. After hearing this, he carefully looked at her again. This time, he finally took her seriously. She met his gaze sincerely and didn't try to hide anything. "Is that what you wanted to say?" He smiled and answered, "Really, don't you think it's funny? Your valley marries off brilliant bloodlines, both males and females, in order to build stability for your sex position as well as strengthening your influence. Your progenitors' thought in the beginning was to spread your bloodlines to the entire heaven spirit world so that all the lineages would have traces of the exquisite valley. From this, the valley would be able to influence this world's overarching direction." He chuckled at this point. "I have to admit, your progenitor was ambitious enough by carrying out this step." He continued on cheerfully, "The original idea was to spread your own valley's bloodlines to the others, but now, you are paying attention to someone else's bloodline and even want to compete for it against Golden Isle. Don't you think this is quite interesting?" She looked him in the eyes and said, "Our valley bears no malice against you. We don't want to take your imperial bloodline for our own or do anything to you." She spoke in a candid manner. "The only reason I took you away from the Isle was to tell you that you don't need to be a stallion with your bloodline. There's no need to submit to anyone. You can go even further and perhaps even reach for the heaven's will. With your imperial bloodline, you have a greater chance of becoming an emperor than anyone else." Wuxia chuckled and replied, "Is that right? How do you think I should go about doing that, or rather, how does your valley want to approach this? If I stay at your valley, will your sect marry several beauties with great bloodlines to me so that my legacy will be passed down? Or would your sect muster all of its effort to help me become an immortal emperor before betrothing more concubines to me? After all, the bloodline of an immortal emperor would prosper in your valley this way." She didn't know how to answer this. After all, the exquisite valley didn't have the same traditions and mission as the other lineages. Wuxia's gaze continued to pierce through her. She made no effort to hide, however, and let him look as much as he wanted in a very natural manner. It seemed that he was looking at her naked for a while before he laughed. How interesting, even you don't know what to do. Perhaps you took me out of Golden Isle to let my bloodline be passed down at your exquisite valley. With this bloodline, your sect will become even stronger in the future." She could only gently sigh. This ordinary man was not ordinary at all. It could even be said that he was quite frightening since nothing could escape his eyes. Perhaps this was the charm and charisma of an imperial bloodline, its true potential. Li Qie smirked and revealed, I know full well that you are the current master of the exquisite valley. However, even with your position, you don't have enough authority there. Her expression greatly shifted as she took a step back and stared at Li Qie in disbelief. How do you know that I am the exquisite valley lord? Have you seen me before? However, she thought about it carefully and was certain that they had never met before. At the very least, she absolutely didn't see him in the past. You are overthinking it. He gently shook his head. I haven't met you before, but after seeing the imprint in your bloodline, I knew right away that you are the current lord. After all, an ancient bloodline is running through your veins. She felt a chill inside. This man was getting scarier and scarier. Li Qie leaned back with his hands on the seahorse and spoke freely. Despite being the lord, you don't have absolute power there. A few matters are decided by the ancestors. I'm curious about what thoughts you have regarding one particular issue, she had to ask. What issue? He elaborated. If your ancestors don't have the same ideas as you and only want to treat me as a stallion, to pass down my imperial bloodline at your valley, what are your thoughts on this? The girl pondered for a bit. Li Qie's line of thought was not unreasonable. Their valley collected the best bloodlines in this world and wouldn't give up on an imperial bloodline from the human race. Or one day, if your ancestors want to betroth you to me or have you be my bed warmer, in short, a breeding tool, what do you think about this? Will you agree to be my woman too? He said with a grin. Chapter 1166, Kong Qinru. She could find a response at this moment. It was just like he said, she couldn't decide certain things by herself. Even though she wanted to make a change, she would ultimately need the support of the entire sect. And in his example, if the exquisite valley wanted to multiply Li Qie's bloodline, perhaps they would even pick her as an incubator. As the lord of the valley, what could she do about it? Li Qie smiled at the mysterious girl and said, What do you want from me? An imperial bloodline, or an immortal emperor as well as an imperial bloodline? She took a deep breath and replied, You're thinking too much. As someone with an imperial bloodline from the human race, I only want you to go on an even wider path. I got it now. Li Qie's eyes slightly flashed as he answered leisurely, You taking me away from Golden Isle was not the intent of the exquisite valley but rather your own. It seems like you want to make a change, a reformation of the valley, or rather. You hope that the valley itself could use these bloodlines to strengthen itself, unlike the current valley that relies on the bloodlines to affect the overall situation of the heaven spirit world. He laughed out loud at this point. Little girl, this is not just a change. It is a complete revamp that shakes the entire foundation of your exquisite valley. How did you know? She was frightened at this point with a hint of killing intent in her eyes. She had never revealed this to anyone. She was determined to change the valley's ways, but it was a secret decision that only she knew about. Li Qie smiled. Little girl, it seems like you want to kill me to keep this a secret. That's not a smart idea. Watch it or I'll end you instead. She took even more steps back. This man was much more terrifying than she imagined. She felt as if she was without a stitch of clothing in the face of his all-seeing gaze. He turned towards the far ocean and flatly said, It is a good intention, but it might not be successful and it isn't necessarily suitable either. She couldn't help but eventually ask, Why is it not suitable? Because this is the heaven spirit world. He smiled. If your valley becomes capable of using your own bloodlines, experts will come in waves. If it can even produce an immortal emperor, what do you think the other races will feel about this? With that, he turned back to her and said, I'm afraid many lineages would be more than willing to destroy your exquisite valley and divide your bloodlines. She contemplated for a moment before asking once more, Are there no other ways? She didn't know why, but she started asking for his opinions. That would depend on your own thoughts. He slowly elaborated, The best way is to move away from the heaven spirit world when the time is right. Your valley has both bloodlines and resources. It would be much stronger in any other location. After all, this is not a world for humans, the majority of the human race isn't here. She thought about this relocation. It was not like she hadn't thought about it before, but even if she were to make up her mind one day, the ancestors wouldn't agree. After all, the exquisite valley had been here for countless years. It had built a solid foundation and was deeply rooted in the heaven spirit world. If they were to move away, then that was tantamount to giving up on their foundation. All of the efforts from their past wise sages would drift away with the current. He claimed, if you want to reform, then you must have peerless courage and determination. Without this, it is all empty talk. After contemplating for a long time, she finally lifted her head to look at him and earnestly said, "Are you really from the heaven spirit world?" She finally realized the true terror of this man ahead. Even though she couldn't see his cultivation, he was unperturbed in the face of danger. This showed just how powerful he was. This person would be renowned in the world no matter the generation. However, she had never heard of the name Wuxia before. This gave room for a bolder idea. She suspected that this person was not someone from the heaven spirit world but an outsider instead. Wuxia smiled and said, "Little girl, you are not stupid at all. It seems that you are indeed a bit gifted. That's why you are the Valley Lord." The confirmation from Wuxia shocked her. She wanted to inquire further, but Wuxia gently waved his sleeve. "Where I'm from doesn't matter. Just heed my words, never hinder my path. Out of consideration for the fact that you are a human, perhaps I will lend you a hand if possible. However, if you hinder my path, I will annihilate you all the same." She slowly spoke, "We don't have a conflict of interest." Wuxia only smiled at this response. Eventually, the girl removed her concealment to reveal her true form. She bowed before Wuxia. "My name is Kong Chinru. I didn't know that young noble Li was a master, so I have offended you." She sincerely revealed her intention in order to become friends with Wuxia. He slowly walked forward. This girl before him was truly beautiful. She was on the same level as Li Shuangyan and the other girls. Of course, she still had a ways to go compared to Bu Lianxiang or Ming Yeshua. Her hair was like a waterfall, soft and elegant. Her eyes were as bright as pearls. They would shine in the dark and revealed her wisdom. Her figure could be described as perfect due to its slim size and gracefulness. The eyes of all spectators would light up in her presence. Her soft breasts were towering and plump while she herself was tall and slender. It was truly difficult to criticize her figure. Adorning herself with a green garment made her look like a piece of exquisite jade in the blue sea. She was wise and far-sighted with a gentle beauty. Wuxia stopped looking and smiled. "Descendants from the Kong clan are always decent. It seems like they found a good successor in you." She wanted to say something else, but only a sigh came out. Wuxia looked towards the horizon and said, "Whether you have something to ask me or not, you need to do something first." She was in a difficult position because she had witnessed this man's overbearing nature. He was not requesting her service but commanding her. It was strange because she was the leader of a great power. Even the Golden Owl Lord wouldn't dare to give her orders. She took a deep breath and said, "What does young noble Li need me to do?" "Find someone for me." He slowly said, "This shouldn't be hard given the great network that the exquisite valley has at the heaven spirit world, right?" She gently sighed in secrecy. At this moment, she understood that it was not her who captured him. From the very beginning, he had already come up his plan, so he decided to go with her. She trembled a bit. It seemed that everything was within his grasp, even this vast world was no exception. She didn't know why she had this feeling. In short, after their short interaction, she became afraid of this man. She nodded her head. "As long as the person you are trying to find is still at the heaven spirit world, we will try our best to uncover some clues. It will only be a matter of time." Wuxia also nodded in a carefree manner. "I'm confident in your valley. If the exquisite valley can't find someone in this world, other lineages would find it even more difficult." After saying this, he stared at her and smiled. "What are your plans after capturing me?" Where is your path of retreat? She had to answer, my destination is Peacock Land. Li Qie laughed out loud and said, it seems like you didn't plan to bring me back to the valley and instead wanted to hide me away. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry after hearing this. He was right, she really didn't plan to bring him back to the exquisite valley. The valley was located at the Abyss Sea, so there was no need for them to go to Peacock Land if she wanted to bring him back to the valley. Chapter 1167. Humans are only sojourners. Li Qie smilingly said, then let's go to the land of the peacocks, it will be our first stop. She didn't say anything else, only pulling the reins of the seahorse to lead the way. Her actions were quite natural without any hint of suddenness. At this moment, she herself was startled at the lack of awkwardness. She was the lord of the exquisite valley, a great figure at the heaven spirit world, but today, she was acting as a mere guide. No one would believe it even if they were to see this scene. Little girl, come on up, stop dawdling around. Li Qie then patted the seahorse. Kong Qinru took a quick look at him. She didn't say anything before jumping up and gracefully sitting behind him. Li Qie once again used her chest as a pillow. His head sank into her valley as he spoke, go. She was immediately infuriated. She thought that he was acting like a gentleman and didn't want her to walk on the long journey. However, it turns out that he only wanted to use her as a pillow. She had the impulse to kick this man off the horse, but after what happened earlier, all of her anger went away. This was strange because if it was any other man, she would definitely kick him off to the horizon if they took advantage of her in such a frivolous manner. However, this man ahead looked natural and carefree as if this was no big deal. Nothing could ever faze him and he would just do as he pleased. There were no sexual thoughts or perverted intentions in his actions. Ultimately, resting on a beauty seemed to be a natural course for this man. It didn't matter if the girl was a goddess or a fairy from the heavens. In the end, Kong Qinru could only wryly smile and urge the seahorse forward. This seahorse was superb with incredible speed and few flaws. It was even more uncatchable in the sea since it came and went as fast as lightning. Earlier, why did you say that the heaven spirit world is not a home for humans? She looked at him leaning against her chest and asked the question that had been looming over her mind. This has never been a suitable place for residence. He said, even though the 9 worlds are sealed right now, humans should be staying at other places. For millions of years, many invincible generations of humans have appeared in the heaven spirit world. However, the majority of them didn't establish sex here, they would rather travel away from this world. The truth is that I do admire the courage and determination of your valley's progenitor. Building a lineage here must have required great courage. He blinked and looked at her at this point. Why is it unsuitable? In her opinion, there was no problem with the heaven spirit world. At the very least, she really liked living here. There are many reasons. He flatly said, for example, the human race is born to live on vast lands, the heaven spirit world, on the other hand, is full of oceans. This is not in accordance with human nature. Another reason is that the human race has been weak for a very long time in this world. We're far from being comparable to the charming spirits, sea demons and treants. These are not the root cause, right? She could pick out a few clues from Li Qie's words and said, if an immortal emperor really wanted to build a lineage in this world, he could shift the earth and oceans. There would be no need to live at sea. Good observation. He closed his eyes and continued, yes, they are not the main reasons. The point is that this world is not the world of us humans. In the end, we will still have to leave, for this is not where our root is. Why specifically must we leave? She consulted respectfully while feeling that her knowledge was quite shallow compared to this man, despite being the Valley Lord. Because of the root of this world. Li Qie lightly stated, if you wish to understand it, you would have to trace back to very ancient and unrecallable matters. He went on, to keep it simple, why is it that only this world has treants and sea demons? Why can't they leave the heaven spirit world? Even if they did, they would have to return eventually. Let's take Tree Fathers as an example. Once someone is strong enough to be at their level, they would be comparable to immortal emperors, but eventually, they would still come back here to take root to become a tree that shoulders the world and protects their descendants. For what reason? While Li Qie was speaking, Kong Qinru was deep in thought. This had always been a part of life in the heaven spirit world. No one would give it a second thought, but now, it seemed to have some other intriguing implications. In the end, this world is not ours. It is a world for treants and sea demons. He said, humans are only passing travelers in this world. The majority leave, only a few remain. She asked, then what about charming spirits? Why can they stand strong here? The strength of the charming spirit race was even mightier than the treants and sea demons. They took root in this world without being affected or weakened at all. Charming spirits? He smiled and said, they are the favored children of the heavens. Humans can't compare to charming spirits in many aspects. At least, this is what people say. Moreover, they have secret resources and reserves in this world that are beyond your imagination. I don't quite understand. She inquired, though I have never left this world, there are records stating that humans can reproduce and take root anywhere. That's true. He smilingly replied, if charming spirits are the favored children of the heavens, then humans are the thorns in the heaven's heart. They take root everywhere they go and nail themselves down. You can imagine humans as locusts. Moreover, their reproductive capabilities are second to none. With that, he opened his eyes again and said, earlier, I wasn't saying that humans can't take root here in the heaven spirit world. Not having a continent and being few in number aren't real problems. If they really wanted to make this their home, no one would be able to stop them. But ultimately, the answer is still the same. He paused to sigh at this point, this is ultimately not a home for humans. Those who have been to the other 8 worlds, even if they aren't very powerful, will still instinctively not want to stay in this world. At the end of the day, only humans incapable of leaving or those who don't want to leave would take root here. Of course, there are also those determined to grow strong in this world like your exquisite valley. As for the powerful immortal emperors, they were able to see through a few things and didn't want to take root here. Why is that? She inferred a few things from the conversation and felt quite inquisitive. What secrets are hidden in the heaven spirit world? Are there more stories behind it? Li Qie stared at her for a good while before slowly starting again. You won't be able to understand a few things. It is beyond your level of comprehension. Knowing too much is not necessarily a good thing sometimes. For example, the current you feels that the heaven spirit world is a great place for a home. Isn't this a wonderful and happy feeling? My lack of knowledge does not deter my willingness to learn. She sincerely said, you can give me guidance, after all. He raised his head to take a serious look at her beautiful face before smiling and resting back on her soft and plump breasts. While appreciating the sweet fragrance, he said, what will you do after knowing? Can you change things? This is something that even immortal emperors can't accomplish, let alone you. If you want to change, it is very simple. Move the exquisite valley out of the heaven spirit world. That will be your change. She asked, what about the other humans here? Look at the sky. Li Qie leisurely said, as long as it is a place with life, there will be humans. Not to mention that you are only a cultivator, even if you were creation itself, you still wouldn't be able to control everything. Humans scatter all around the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Will you be able to manage all of them? He smiled, if you really are thinking about the human race, then move out. As you can imagine, your valley spreads many bloodlines and even more humans in this world. Plus, a large number of humans are staying in this world because of your valley as well. Kong Qinru's heart felt quite heavy after hearing this. Her valley was the most powerful human lineage in this world. As its lord, she had a great responsibility. Whether intentional or not, she felt that, in a way, the valley had to shoulder the human race. There is no savior in this world. Even if there was one, they could save the world, but not every single person in it. He slowly said, if you want to make a difference, then don't focus on the small stuff and instead the overarching situation. I'll keep that in mind. She took a deep breath and solemnly nodded. His words made her even more determined to make a change. Li Qie smiled and rested once more. He had said everything he needed to. As for the future, let it be up to her own fortune. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.